Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at the City of Santa Monica Planning Commission. It's August 18th at 5:34. Can we have the call to order? Get this call to order.
Okay, sorry. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Here.
Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Lambert?
Here.
Commissioner Landris?
Here.
Commissioner Raskin?
Here.
Commissioner Reese?
Here.
And Chair Pastor.
Thank you, Jing, and thank you for your helper. Can we start with the Planning Director's report, please, David?
Good evening, Commission. Waiting for the slide to come up. There we go. So coming up at your next meeting on September 21st, further discussion about HCD comments. September 8th, further discussions about the housing element red lines. And also that night, we're going to be talking about some ARB restructuring. September 21st and 22nd will be the Commission's final housing element review and recommendation to City Council. For the City Council actions, really nothing since August 4th, so nothing new to report there. And then upcoming council items, the August 24th meeting at this point doesn't have any CDD items on it. When we were before the Commission earlier this month talking about the promenade plan that the Commission reviewed, we had planned to go to the City Council with that on August 24th. That's now been moved to September 28th. So there was some agenda management restructuring. So again, the Council now won't see the promenade plan until the end of September. And then the only other item, just again, the housing element update. Draft EIR comment period closed on August 16th. We received 4 comment letters. And then the housing element adoption hearing schedule, Planning Commission, again, on September 21st and 22nd, and then City Council, October 5th. So really, as you can see from this, really all the work of the Planning Division in terms of what's being presented to Planning Commission and Council over the next couple of months is focused on the housing element. That concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions you might have. Sean?
Thank you. David, so if we don't have comments back from HCD on the 1st, will we still meet? And I have a follow-up to that.
Yeah, the plan was...
No, go ahead, Jane.
Yeah, initially that meeting, because I think the Commission expressed a desire to have a review and discussion of those written comments. I'm hopeful we will. We have a call scheduled with them early next week, and my understanding is, although they typically in the past they've given cities the opportunity to respond, given how many cities there are in SCAG and the time crunch, it doesn't seem like they're doing that this time, so we might just get comments. If we do get them in time, then we will have the meeting, but we won't really know till next week, unfortunately. And that's kind of the item that we had scheduled for that evening.
So the reason that I'm asking is just as a matter of good practice. September 8th still is Rosh Hashanah for some people, and so I'm wondering whether there's any possibility of lightening the agenda load that night, just to minimize the number of people who would not otherwise be able to log in for that. If it's not possible, then that's entirely understandable. But if there's a way to move the ARB off of the agenda, sort of try to do on the 8th only what we absolutely have to do.
Yeah, I think we can do that. So the ARB item is, and we'll talk about it later, but it is related somewhat to the streamlining of the process, and maybe there's a way that we can sort of fold that. It's related to the housing element actually, but there are things that sort of go beyond that. So we can certainly take a look at that, in terms of making sure that it's more integrated into the housing element discussion.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't have feedback from HCD and we can push stuff to the 1st, so much the better. But I defer to others on what has to happen and what can happen. Thanks.
Elise, I have a question.
Yes.
Are we on track with the governor's emergency order to be back in public sessions on October 1st?
So there.
That's a good question.
Yeah, and I can give a little update on that. So, we had, as you probably know, we had brought a lot of people back into City Hall to work. At this point, we've extended out all the teleworking provisions and everything at least to October, I think 4th is when we have, at this point, people scheduled to come back. The only reason we have that October 4th date is because of the expiration of the governor's order on September 30th. So we're assuming that that could be extended, in which case staff returning would also be pushed out, and we would also then push out the remote meetings. As you know, council has been meeting in council chambers, but they're the only group that's been meeting in person. So, again, we have to wait and see what happens, but the expectation is that things will be pushed out beyond the October 1st timeline.
So you anticipate he will extend it beyond September 30th? Is that what you're hearing?
Yes, and we'll keep you posted and let you know as soon as we hear more, but I think that's what everyone expects. We just can't obviously be sure until it happens.
Okay,
assuming he's still the governor at the time, I think that would be the biggest challenge.
Yeah.
No, don't even go there.
Anyone else? Questions for David? Okay, well, with that, let's move on to Planning Commissioner announcements. Does anybody have announcements? Going once, twice. Okay. Well, then I'm going to do the dog and pony show and announce the public comment procedures. Please note tonight's procedures for public comments. We are accepting oral public comment by phone through the pre-registration system noted on the agenda. Registration for oral comment closed at 3:30 today. If you are a member of the public who registered for public comment, please check your email for call-in instructions. Instructions were emailed at the start of this meeting. Written comments received up until noon today have been read by the Commission. Comments received after noon today will be considered part of the record of the proceedings, but will not be posted online with the Planning Commission's agenda, might not be reviewed by the Planning Commission members, and will not be read aloud during public comment during the meeting. I have an important announcement about the moderator chat, which is here on the side of the BlueJeans. The moderator chat function in BlueJeans is for technical help only from administrative staff. It is not public comment. The Commission cannot see the chat, and comments will not be forwarded to the Commission or entered into the record. So please only use the moderator chat if you have a technical problem. Okay, moving on the agenda. We do not have any approval of minutes. We do not have any statements of official action. So let's go ahead and move to the public hearing. On the public hearing, we have one consent item, and that is the resolution of intent for adoption of resolution number 21-008, declaring the Planning Commission's intent to consider recommending to the City Council that the City amend the land use and circulation element of the City's general plan, Bergamot area plan, and the downtown community plan to provide thresholds for ministerial review of housing projects and amend the Civic Center specific plan, consistency with goals, policies, and programs of the sixth cycle housing element. Commissioners, does anybody have ex parte disclosures, communications? Sean?
No, I don't think there are ex partes on this ROI. I was going to move that we waive the staff report, since I understand that this is supplemental to the last ROI that we did, and see if we can just move this forward. So I'm going to move to waive the staff report.
Second.
Okay, so moved by Commissioner Landers, seconded by Commissioner Fresco. We have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
and Chair Pastor.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
may I move the item?
What?
May I move the item?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
and Chair Pastor.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Landris, for keeping us on track. Okay, Commissioner Raskin, before we start item 9, do you have an announcement?
I do, and just for the record, I'm not sure my vote was recorded on that last item, so I vote yes on that last one if it wasn't clear. Yeah, with respect to item 9A, I just want to make a quick statement with regard to my participation on discussions involving the IC zone. So during prior discussions regarding potential restrictions on commercial and industrial developments in the industrial conservation zone, I recused myself out of an abundance of caution because my law firm represents clients who own property in the IC zone. I've never had a financial conflict of interest with respect to those discussions, and again, I recused myself to avoid any potential appearance of a conflict. Tonight's discussion is different. We're going to be talking about generally applicable policy recommendations to implement housing elements, goals, and policies in the IC zone. So accordingly, I will not be recusing myself from the discussions regarding the IC zone, but I wanted to make that statement for the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Raskin. So with that, let's move on to item 9A, which is the discussion and direction regarding concepts for the amendments to the Luz Bergamot Area Plan, Downtown Community Plan, Civic Center Specific Plan, and Zoning Ordinance. Staff, can we have our staff report, please?
Sure. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm going to have Ross fire up the PowerPoint here. Tonight's discussion is really in concept around some key implementation actions for the housing element programs. Where we're at right now, we're in a bit of a holding pattern with the draft housing element while we await receipt of the written comments from HCD. As I indicated earlier, we'll be having a call to review their findings early next week, and hopefully we will have the written comments shortly thereafter. But until we get those, we really don't have something to respond to. That being said, we are moving forward, as we had indicated previously, to initiate these discussions with the Commission so that we can still make our timeline for an October 15th adoption of the housing element by the City Council. So what you see here is, in terms of implementation, we are kind of phasing this. So it won't include all of the implementation actions necessary in the housing element. We're really looking at critical path items, things that are absolutely necessary to ensure that the city is adopting and implementing a compliant housing element. So you'll see largely things around process and standards, kind of fall into that bucket, to make sure that we have our land use and development systems all set up and ready to go when the housing element is adopted. And then there will be, subsequent phases of implementation that will follow thereafter. So, if you don't see every single program on here, it's not that we forgot. This is just a way to prioritize what is absolutely necessary. The organization of the presentation tonight is really following the staff report. So I think that if the Commission has a preference, instead of going through the entire presentation in its whole, which is really organized to follow the staff report. We could go slide by slide, and the commission can discuss as we go along. If that works, we can do it that way. Yes? Okay.
I mean, I
Great.
think that makes a lot of sense. I just want to poll the rest of the commission. Is there anybody that objects?
No,
Can I just clarify?
Chair?
Yeah, Vice Chair Reese.
Can I just clarify, the slideshow did you say it's consistent with the staff report? So the bullets of the staff report will
Yes,
represent
that's right.
each slide, and then we will be able to comment on it?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. So the way we organize it is kind of just to give everybody a refresher of what the program is, how we're implementing it, and then the key policy questions that are being asked. What we're looking for from the commission tonight is really, discussion, direction from you in terms of, the details, so to speak, on this implementation.
Chair?
Okay.
Commissioner Landris.
Thank you. If we're going to go slide by slide and we're going to have discussion intermittently on each slide, we probably should take the public comment before the staff report then, in order to be able to hear, so that we can follow up with comments and questions to staff based on what if we wait until the end, then we're going to lose the connection between the public's comments and the staff items.
I don't think that works.
No, I don't think so. I would rather go through every slide, and because that may answer some of the public's questions,
right.
and then we can circle back and allow questions to staff after the public comment. That's how I prefer to do it, but we can vote on it.
I just worry that we shouldn't have substantive discussion before we've heard from them. That's my worry. That's pretty much what the Brown Act is designed to prevent, is us discussing things before we've heard from the public. So that's what I'm noting.
Heidi, can you speak to that, please?
So I think if you have an opportunity, so it's correct. I mean, obviously it's a bigger issue when you are in a public hearing setting. This is a discussion item. So long as you are able to take in the public's comments and have a full discussion after you hear the public's comments as well, that's acceptable. Meaning that if you have some before, but you still are able to respond to the public's comments after you receive them, that is, acceptable under the Brown Act.
And so what?
How many comments are there?
There's 7.
We have 7 registered to speak at the moment. We have only 1 person that has correctly logged on and is online. So we are trying to reach the others. It appears some people might have signed into the public link in the meeting. So maybe providing them additional time might not be a bad idea.
So where does that leave us?
Well, I think let's take a vote of who wants to hear it now and who wants to hear it later. And I guess those who are not logged in now could have an opportunity to hear them later. So, Vice Chair Reese.
I'm sorry, for discussion points, I don't think we can have the public talk now because they haven't seen the presentation. So we either go through the entire presentation. I mean, I kind of like the way you had it set up. Maybe we can limit it to we can ask questions and we have a more robust discussion afterwards, but that takes away a little bit of the efficiency, but I think we have to do that for Brown Act issues.
Well, I don't hear Heidi saying that we need to do that. So I think for efficiency purposes, I would like to try to do it mostly one at a time and then have additional discussion after we hear public comment.
Right.
But I want to respect the will of the commission. So for those who agree with the proposal I just made, will you raise your hand? For those who do not agree with the proposal, for the record that I just made, will you raise your hand? Okay, so that's, for the record, that's Commissioner Raskin and Commissioner Landris who do not agree with that proposal, and the other commissioners agree with that. So let's start and let's see how it goes.
Okay, sounds good. So go ahead, Ross. And I think we just want to again remind anyone watching the meeting to please check your email and click on the link in order to log into the meeting. So this is the list of the housing programs that we will be reviewing tonight and the associated implementation. Next slide. So you can see Program 1A has to do with streamlined approvals, about streamlining the permit approval process for code-compliant housing projects. So the crux of this, the intent here is to really make what is currently interim zoning ordinances for process thresholds that allows code-compliant housing projects, vast majority of them other than Tier 3 projects in downtown. If you're a code-compliant housing project, you go through an administrative process, and the intent is to make that permanent code instead of interim. And the administrative process is based on objective standards for 100% affordable housing projects and also housing projects subject to the Housing Accountability Act. One note there is that the current definition of 100% affordable housing doesn't include moderate income projects. It's very specific to units that are no more than 80% AMI, so there would need to be an adjustment in definitions there. So you can see that there are two key questions being asked here, and it's related to housing projects go through an administrative approval, but they need a major modification. You know, are they still eligible for that process? So that's a question. Should housing projects requesting modifications still be processed through an administrative approval? That's at the local level. And then in the downtown, you heard me mention that Tier 3 housing projects, they are currently processed through a development review permit. In the 2017 adopted DCP, those projects were actually development agreements, and through some changes, some process changes, they are now processed as development review permits, should those also be reviewed administratively. So those are the two key questions that staff is posing with respect to Program 1A.
Okay, and so I think, as I like to do, I'm not going to just like go down the line. If you want to talk, raise your hand. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
In terms of waivers and modifications, I think our code already allows the minor modification and major modification criteria. So I would be okay with the minor modifications being handled administratively. I don't think the major modifications should be handled administratively.
Commissioner Lambert.
Well, unless I'm mistaken, and somebody correct me if I am, they're both administrative at this point. And the only time they become in our realm with a housing project, essentially they trigger a DRP. That comes to us with the modifications. My preference is to find a way to make minor and major modifications because they are specified in the code. They're not open-ended like a variance. They are specifically, identified in the code so that we can administratively do them and consider the project then subject to the Housing Accountability Act. That's my preference. I mean, if we're really serious about streamlining housing projects, we really have to do something like that.
Can we get staff to respond to Leslie's comment just to make sure we're all on the same page in terms of whether both minor and major modifications are administrative?
So right now, so there are major and minor modifications. Major modifications are heard by the zoning administrator. Minor modifications are through a director's determination, essentially. So, I think one of the questions we're asking is that if a project seeks one of those, and the way the code is written is that if the project otherwise needs a discretionary permit, as it's based. So, as an example, if a housing project needed a development review permit, then it would, we need to mute people. If a housing project needed a development review permit, then whatever other permits came with it, regardless of how it was done, it would all go to the Planning Commission together. So that's how sometimes the commission ends up reviewing modifications. But if a project was just requesting a modification on its own, absent any other permit, it either goes to the zoning administrator or it's reviewed, at the director's level. And I think, and the question being asked here is, whether those modifications and waivers, should they just not go to ZA at all? Like if it's a housing project, in all cases, is it just reviewed at that administrative level, really no higher than the director's review?
Commissioner Fresco.
You're muted.
I think an important thing to remember in thinking about this is that they still do have findings that have to be made, and that staff will be making findings. So it's not like we're fixing various standards for any of these things. And so I am comfortable with these being reviewed by staff as part of an administrative approval and not having to come to us. But my one caveat, because it's something that I've seen in staff reports in the past, is that when comparing, when looking at adjacent impacts of allowing some of these changes, like to setbacks and so forth and height, that the change be reviewed in terms of what is in the neighborhood that is built by code, and so that we don't have this process where everybody gets a modification until a whole street or a whole block or a whole area suddenly has a new development standard because it's approved every time because everybody else has done it. Am I making sense? So I just want to make sure that the way neighborhood impacts are determined has to do with how it affects the neighborhood and not just how many other people have already gotten this variance.
Commissioner Raskin, then Commissioner Landros, then Commissioner Reese.
Thank you. Am I correct in understanding that both director's determinations and ZA determinations can be appealed?
Yes, they can. Director's determinations are appealable to the zoning administrator, and zoning administrator decisions are appealable to the Planning Commission.
And just offhand, is it a rough sense of how many times those types of director's approvals have been appealed in the last few years? I'm
actually the ZA, so I don't think we've had a single one that I can remember in the last couple of years. Zoning administrative determinations, yes, those are appealed, not typically for new construction projects because they usually go with some other permit, Commission has obviously seen things like fence wall hedge modifications and that sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. That was my question.
Commissioner Landros.
Okay, so thank you. So I want to try to split this discussion a little bit. There are major and minor mods that are currently available as major and minor mods. There are also incentives that are listed on the density bonus list. I think if we're having a conceptual conversation, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but what I'd like to make sure is that we have as much alignment as possible and as much clarity as possible so that we're making it very straightforward what the density bonus incentives are, that they are clearly not modifications, that they are incentives, that people essentially, if they want the free modifications, we're going to want them to build some more affordable housing, right? And that the modifications for people who are not exercising using the state density bonus would be, it's a reasonable list. We need to produce housing, but I'm really interested in driving people to the density bonus. So that's part A. Part B is then we've received some correspondence where there are some modifications that are not currently available as modifications at all. And I will admit that I am not fully, I don't fully understand what the maximum building, how the maximum building footprint, for example, affects a project's feasibility. But I would like to, again, conceptually ask staff to explore what is not currently on the list and what could be added to the list, so that we have clarity about, because we've had a lot of requests from housing attorneys and housing architects requesting a greater deal of flexibility. I'd like to incentivize that on the density bonus side, but I'd also like to request that staff look at what is appropriate and what is not appropriate to add to the list of actually available mods. So if staff could also explain what the maximum building footprint does and doesn't do, that would be super helpful.
So the building footprint is basically the definition of that is like if you imagine just looking at a building from the top down, you know, and then kind of like imagine like squashing out like a pancake or what have you, you know, like that. The footprint is like the outer edges of the building, and so there is a maximum size to that as a standard. The idea there is to prevent sort of, imagine if you had a project that took up an entire block, for example, you know, not to have sort of like a large mega building, you know, try and break up the mass and what have you. So that's the idea around it. I think conceptually, that's part of the crux of this discussion is that, you know, there is a list of modifications, major and minor and waivers in the code already that people can pursue. The question you're asking in terms of delineation between state density bonus law, incentives and concessions, that is a separate part of the code actually. You know,
right.
And if we listed that, that would be actually different than modifications and waivers that, you know, are sort of generally applicable to any project and are available to any project. You know, I think we've not written everything yet, but, you know, the idea here would be that, particularly housing projects, you know, that select, you know, that need a modification, you're right, you know, someone may choose to go the incentive and concession route under state density bonus law, and someone may choose not to do that for whatever reason, right? And if that's the case, or if they exceed the number of incentives and concessions that are allowed, like relative to the amount of affordable they're providing in the project, you know, that there might be an additional avenue, you know, for them to seek modifications and waivers and still be, you know, processed through an administrative approval.
So thank you. I mean, that's sort of my point. In other words, I'd like to see a longer, I recognize that those are different parts of the code, but we also had a discussion a couple of months ago where we said we noticed that there was some mismatching between the major and minor mods that were available and the incentives that were available. So I'd like to see I'd like to suggest that we have some clarity for our, you know, housing producers about how those options relate to each other. But I'd also, with respect to the maximum building footprint, we had this conversation about R1, and where we landed a couple of years ago on R1 with our sort of anti-mansionization work was we said, let's regulate setbacks rather than regulating footprint size, right? The house could be as big as or as small as it wants to be relative to us. So I would just suggest, you know, relative to that suggestion and request that came in, taking a look at it, but actually focusing more on the outcome that we want to achieve rather than over-regulating the size of the building. That would be my feedback on that particular request.
Jim?
Mute.
I apologize. I am supportive of trying to streamline this and trying to push at least the minor modifications into a even more streamlined process. But I have a couple of questions. You know, if we're trying to make these consistent, you know, dovetail in with the Housing Accountability Act, it assumes that these are generally residential projects. And how many residential projects do we have in this city that don't include some affordable that couldn't avail themselves of the density bonus? Is it like 3-unit projects on R2 lots that wouldn't have to do affordable? But it seems to me most of our city would require affordable somewhere.
No, that's right. I mean, by virtue of having our affordable housing production program, every housing project of any sizable nature, has to comply with and provide affordable units. For state density bonus law to kick in, though, the units do have to be provided on site. If people use the off-site option, density bonus law is not available to them. If they pay a fee, then it's also not available to them. So, those are some instances. I was also talking about, if somebody wants to pursue, like, they use their 1 or 2 incentives or concessions, and maybe they want a third, thing, that's not related. So those are just examples of some situations, where an applicant, would be outside of density bonus law.
Okay, well, those are good distinctions I had not thought about. So then we do definitely need to have this modification process and the incentive concessions process. So I am supportive of trying to make it more as streamlined as possible and moving the majors down to a director's level and the minors. I don't know if that's a staff level review. Maybe to talk a little bit to Commissioner Fresco's comment about compatibility with the neighborhood, I wanted to have a little more robust discussion, because you were saying if the building, look at the buildings for what's existing today, but are you saying existing today built on today's current standards or just existing today?
I think that buildings that have already received modifications should not be considered. I'm thinking about, it really happens when we're looking at hedges, which isn't really this, because most of these, the analysis for mods don't come before us. But, so we'll see that somebody will ask for a hedge modification and they won't get it because nobody else on their block has a hedge modification. But if a lot of people on their block got those waivers in 2007, then they will, because it doesn't affect the neighborhood. But really, you have to look at the kind of hedge and the goals of our code, and not how many people have already gotten a waiver for that particular feature. I just feel like it's a way of incrementally overriding our development standards that makes me uncomfortable, especially if it's all going to be done administratively and we're not monitoring it publicly.
Okay, I was focused more on kind of development standards in terms of setbacks, heights, those kind of things. And that
Right.
What worries me in that situation is a lot of existing neighborhoods were built, the buildings were built years ago, and our new standards already allow more density. So when you try to make those compatibility arguments between those existing, it always works out bad for the new project. So I would just urge us all to be careful about that argument. But it's slightly different with the hedges. I agree. The last thing I want to just highlight is I hear an awful lot about if you've used too many, you can't ask for more than a certain number of incentives. State density bonus actually says you can be granted 3 incentives and everything else is a waiver. So you have in density bonus the ability to ask for more in that situation. So I just want to make sure that's being discussed as well. I think those are my comments for right now on this one.
Commissioner Lambert, and then I'll weigh in.
Okay, I just want to make 2 points. The reason this is important to me is that, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, if a project comes in and needs either a minor or a major modification, it then is not considered consistent with the Housing Accountability Act. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's what I want to change. I want to find a way to bring these projects in. And frankly, the minor and the major modifications pale in comparison to the density bonus concessions we see in other jurisdictions. These are very minor compared to the density bonus concessions. I want to make it such that we have a process whereby a project can come in, may need a minor or a major, but is still a Housing Accountability Act covered. That's my priority.
So that is the crux of what we're discussing here.
Right.
Independent of the HAA, right? We have projects that are going through an administrative process. The whole concept behind administrative approvals is if you meet the code, the city issues an approval.
I know.
So you don't really, in that situation, the HAA is irrelevant to the conversation because the whole purpose of the HAA is really in situations where, it's a discretionary permit, it puts arms around, conditions under which a city, could deny a project. And it's a very high bar, and it's, housing projects that meet a certain criteria and, they meet objective standards by creating hold on a second. I mean, so by creating an administrative process for housing projects and creating clear and objective rules for that, whether the HA applies or not, that's sort of neither here nor there. I think that the question we're asking is that if it's a ministerial process, and it's a project that happens to need a modification, the city at a local level could say, this is still being processed administratively.
My point is,
as if you establish the standards.
My point is, if a project comes in, needs a minor or a major, it then shifts into the DRP because it's no longer HAA covered. Isn't that the situation?
No. So from a process standpoint, under the interim zoning ordinance right now, right, if you are a code compliant housing project, you go through an AA. So what's being proposed is to make that permanent. So if projects are code compliant and maybe, they just need to be able to, they're asking for a modification, right? The city could define that and still say, no, you're still eligible for that ministerial review.
Is that happening now?
Does that make sense?
Is that happening now?
It is not what is happening now. That's why we're having this discussion as to whether you are interested in pursuing that sort of process change.
That's my point.
So, yeah. So I agree with Leslie 100%. Well, not 100%. I mostly agree with Leslie. I believe that actually compliance with a modification, because it is an objective standard in our code, by its very nature, makes a project which seeks a minor or major mod compliant with the HAA. And I heard you just say that you think it's neither here nor there, and I guess I don't exactly agree with that. I think our interpretation should be, and I see Heidi popping up, and if we can't get there, then I do want us to have, for the applicants who are only getting, especially a minor mod, and I think maybe part of what the work is, and I was just looking at the major mod standard, and some of them I find, well, let me go back to that. If we cannot get to the interpretation that I am suggesting, then I would very much like us to see that we incentivize and process quickly and essentially give the same benefits to housing projects that are only seeking the minor mods. And I think as I look at the major mods, I kind of actually think the major mods too. I mean, they seem the major mods seem pretty minor to me. And so perhaps, and if you look at the, I think we got a very instructive comment from Hank Hunting. that really like lays out some very specific standards. I think this is the right program to talk about those in. And I'd like us to implement or look at implementing those. It relates to, for the public, it relates to the maximum ground floor-to-floor requirement, and some other things. Maximum footprint of 25,000 square feet, and the 1/6 maximum above or below the sidewalk level for commercial ground floor. So I'd like us to make these more flexible, and whether that be as changing the regulations themselves or making them minor mods. Because I also hear that from a lot of people that like there are just so many regulations that we were trying to implement to like get very specific development that it creates a need for a lot of money. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
As far as those very specific things that you just mentioned, the height of the floors and the relative position in relation to the grade, those should just live in the code. Those are just things that should apply to everything. I don't think they're applicable. It's not a productive discussion to put them in minor or mod. They should just live as part of the code. So I would recommend that when we get to that point of that level of detail, we just move them into that box.
Thank you. That's helpful. Commissioner Landris.
Thanks. So yes, to what Mario said, I think it also goes to what could we remove from the list in general. For instance, we had a whole conversation about ground floor height that we never, that we when it came up that we suggested be simply dealt with. I think Mr. Koenig has some suggestions. We've heard suggestions from others, and perhaps there's a way to simply move that and others to the code. I have two concerns that I want to raise. One going back to what Nina was talking about. The neighborhood compatibility issue raises a fair housing concerns for me. So I just want to Jim addressed this question in terms of past practices and past zoning codes. I think we can't unravel past zoning codes from fair housing concerns. So I just am very worried about going down the road of a neighborhood compatibility conversation that is not sensitive to fair housing issues, precisely because we are following our own recommendation and council's direction that we are actually looking to move housing to where there hasn't been housing before, which means that by definition, it may feel at the outset somewhat less compatible with what there is now. And it's different from what it should be precisely because of a history of redlining and how we've allocated housing that we've talked about quite a lot. As far as the Housing Accountability Act, and I see Heidi's still waiting, so I'll keep this short. It strikes me that if something is listed as an incentive, right? And I recognize I'm jumping between parts of the code, Leslie, I know, but it strikes me that if something is listed as incentive, even if somebody's not going out for that incentive, they're asking for it as a minor mod or even a major mod, that should not disqualify them from the Housing Accountability Act treatment. Because the very act that we've taken by declaring it to be an available incentive suggests that it is an objectively arrived at standard that we are willing to consider in a housing project that's built in our city. So I really want to get to this place. Marcia Motry had previously declared that once we cleared modification requests, those projects became HAA compliant. When Lane became city attorney, she had reviewed that and found that she disagreed with it. I would love for George to take a look at it with you, Heidi, and see what we can get. If we can go back to more, right. So that's a request. Go back to the old standard.
So I think in this context, I can simplify things, hopefully, for everyone. In AA, staff only gets to approve or deny, and they only get to deny if it doesn't meet all of the code standards, right? So staff has no discretion to say, lop a floor off or move this setback, which ends up like cutting down, like, you know, you lose a unit, right? So that's what the HAA is concerned with. It meets code. You go in front of a discretionary body, and that discretionary body says, I understand it meets code, but it's not really neighborhood compatibility, so I think you need to take this floor off, which, by the way, cuts out 6 units, okay? That can't happen with an AA. Staff has to say yes to the project so long as it meets code, right? So what you're talking about this evening, separate and apart from what the HAA says or doesn't say, is that if staff intakes a housing project application, one that also has a minor modification attached to it, if staff finds for that minor modification, makes the findings for the minor modification, then staff will subsequently process it as an AA, and in that case cannot say no and cannot shrink the density, right? So that's what we're talking about. There is separate and apart from how you interpret the HAA, this is the local process that we are discussing. Does that make sense?
So what
It does, but hold on, Leslie. But
Okay.
if we are saying that AAs are ministerial, they're non-discretionary, is that correct? And are we saying that a minor mod is also ministerial?
So and this goes to Commissioner Fresco's earlier point. There are discretionary findings to be made with respect to minor and major modifications, right? So that's why this would be a process issue at the local level, right? Because you still have to make the discretionary findings for a major and minor modification.
So then is it really ministerial?
Well, so if you so choose, you could bifurcate it, right? So the staff makes that determination, but then with respect to the whole project, once it's after, I mean, which is essentially what I'm hearing you are advocating in terms of what the HAA interpretation would be anyway, right?
Right.
Well, I'm saying it doesn't really matter what, whether or not you agree with our office's interpretation, we can implement a process that looks like that at the local level.
Right.
Yeah, and I would say further to that, I would like to see, because also the city takes the position, right, that the Permit Streamlining Act doesn't apply to ministerial projects. So, and it's my understanding from Ms. Laremore's her comment letter that prior to 2015, there was a time limit within which like AAs had to be decided. So I would like us to think about re-implementing that. And, I understand that we have staff limitations. And so let's talk about what the appropriate timing is. It might not be 90 days. It might be 120. It might be 180, whatever that is. But I would like us to look at that.
Yes. Another question.
Commissioner Lambert and then Commissioner Fresco.
I hate to bring this up, and I don't think we're going to have a resolution necessarily tonight, but an issue has been raised by several people representing developers in the community regarding SB 330 and how we're applying it. And specifically, and Elisa is very familiar with this as well, specifically, it seems to be our opinion that SB 330 does not apply to ministerial projects. And what
Leslie,
what?
Can I stop? I don't know that this is really the right time for that question.
All right, okay. It's just it's a streamlining.
Well, it is, but I think it's a legal interpretation of the law question.
Don't you think it's a good idea to get it out though, so we get a
So I will say that this isn't actually before you this evening. I agree with the chair, but we understand the concern and we're looking at it.
Okay,
That's
thank
helpful.
Commissioner Fresco.
I just wanted to say that what Commissioner Landra said many minutes ago, he actually completely misunderstood my comment and turned it opposite. What I was saying is that I don't think that findings should be based on what is built, but should be based on our ability to achieve the goals of how the standards are written. So if we have new standards for a neighborhood, that we're trying to turn an industrial neighborhood into a residential neighborhood, and we set up various standards for setbacks and so forth. And then before we even start that, we say, well, all those other buildings have different setbacks than the standards, so we'll let this one also. Then we wouldn't be furthering our goals for the city. And that these mods should be given when they can't reasonably, when the code gives them a hardship that would make it not possible for them to do their project. They shouldn't be given the mods because they want to and their neighbor has received a mod like that. That was is that a little clearer? I don't know.
To me, yeah, I guess what you're saying is, may I, Chair, I want to make sure I understand. So what you're saying is if we're actually making the change in a neighborhood, the mod should be granted for the purpose of transforming that neighborhood, but not necessarily if it would actually hinder the transformation of the neighbor. I mean, I think I'm with you. Like, we want to build, if we're going to make this housing possible, we want to get this housing built. And so, yes, if it's in the spirit of that, then I completely understand. Yeah.
Well, the purpose of mods is to make it possible for somebody to do something on a particular site with particular conditions, and you can't do it the way the code is written. So the basis for granting the mod should be that, and not, well, other people have received that mod, and so it's now the norm in the neighborhood. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so I'm going to suggest that we move on and we can come back to this program after we hear public comment to see if there's any additional commentary, thought.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is this the time to express support for extending the AA to 100% projects and HAA projects? Is this the time to do that?
I think let's do that after we hear public comment. I think let's kind of like have our like sort of final after public comment.
Okay.
Because I think it is actually turning out that it's nice to be able to ask questions and have a little bit of discussion, but that we'll have sort of final discussion after we hear public.
Okay, great. Ross, can you put the slide back up? I think you also sort of, I think there we go. There was a second question about Tier 3 housing projects in downtown, whether there was interest. I think what I'm hearing from the Commission, there's interest in streamlining in general, but this is a particular question about Tier 3 housing projects in downtown. Should there be a process change from DR to AA? They were formally development agreements with the adoption of the DCP. It was changed to a development review permit 2 years ago, I guess. And is there interest in moving those to an administrative approval?
Commissioner Vice Chair Reese.
I am interested, but I think politically it's something I'm not really excited about going forward with at this point.
Commissioner Landros.
I'm interested, but I'm worried about unintended consequences. What we see with the requirement to approve, I am sensitive to the politics, but I want to get housing built. What I worry about, for example, is we saw a wave of, studio apartments getting built or micro units getting built. I think we've seen conversations about, we've seen requests for reconsidering things like unit mixes and unit sizes. If we streamline on that side and we go to AAs, we could end up with 100% of the wrong housing type for Santa Monica. The market could be completely misread. On the other hand, I do want to see if we can move things more quickly within the mixes that we need. So I think it's a question of, competing goods, and I would fall on the side of let's continue to process the tier 3s as DRs in order to make sure that we're actually, because they're the ones likeliest to provide the most housing at once. And so I'd like to make sure that we're really getting it right.
Lisa?
Commissioner Raskin was next, and then you, Commissioner Lambert.
Yeah, I would be in favor of this for 100% affordable housing projects. God willing, we should ever get them. I don't know if I'm in support of it for other types of housing projects. I think that there is a benefit to community participation in the non-AA framework, but all that being said, I do think that this proposal needs to be harmonized with discussions that we talked about last time about reforming the tiers entirely. So just throwing that out there.
Commissioner Lambert?
I don't think by virtue of being an AA versus a DRP that a developer can change the unit mix. I mean, that's in the code, so I'm not really sure how much flexibility one would have with that. I just think given the scale of these projects, even though we have no control whatsoever over the number of units in them, like the Vons project, I think there are reasons why it should be heard in a public hearing, just because of the scale and the impact on the community around it. And I look at the Vons project, which actually moved forward because we took away the development agreement requirement and gave it a DRP, and they were very happy about that. So I think given the scale, I would not support an AA for tier 3.
I would largely agree, and I also agree with Commissioner Raskin about the right sizing of the tiers. I think actually what it is that perhaps the tier 2 needs to be increased and then and kind of right sized, and then the tier 3s would still stay as DRP. Okay, moving on.
Okay, so the next program is really more informational because we're going to be bringing back more information to the Commission about this. This is about streamlining the design review process for housing projects. There's a few concepts, many concepts actually that have been discussed with the ARB, and I think we just wanted to note this for the Commission that this will be something that we brought back to the Planning Commission at a later date. In terms of potential ideas and recommendations for restructuring of the design review process, as it relates to housing projects. Move on to the next one.
If anybody has a question, Commissioner Fondo Bernardi, and then Commissioner Lambert, and then Commissioner Fresco.
It seems as a process, we seem to have consensus on some questions, and I don't know if we need to take a formal vote. But like this would be one of them. What I'm saying is, let's say on this particular issue, just as an example, we all agree it's desirable. There's no discussion. We got to move on. It's been an hour and we're only at item number 1. So I'm wondering if we need to essentially figure out a way of say, we all raise our hands and we're good to go on an item. Many of them are non-controversial, and so we devote our time to the ones that are touchier. I'm just asking that of the chair as a process, if you can visualize how we would do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Fondo Bernardi, for that question. I think actually after we hear public comment, we need to circle back on everything, and that's the time that we would do that. And I'm kind of recording like what I think I'm hearing. So I was thinking that after public comment, we could just do a quick spin back through everyone. I or staff could sort of reiterate what I thought I heard from folks, and then we could take essentially a straw vote. That seem agreeable to everyone? Commissioner Lambert?
I just have one change, and that is I would like to see the 7,500 square feet increased to 10,000. And the reason I say that, I know there are a lot of R2 properties around the city that are either underdeveloped or just waiting for development, and they really offer opportunities for home ownership. I think that we have major roadblocks between their development and we have roadblocks. And so I'd like to remove whatever those are. So 10,000 square feet would be, I think, it would work for R2 properties.
Commissioner Fresco.
I just, on one hand, I'm very torn about this actually, because on one hand, I agree with everything Commissioner Lambert said, but then part of me in practice, back in the days when we used to sit in on ARB meetings a lot, these are the projects that have the least professional or least big time architects and often need the most help. So, that's just something to think about, that we might have some quirky looking awkward buildings on a lot of our smaller streets is all. I mean, there's only so much staff can do before moving a project along, and I think that ARB has more influence. So that's just, I know that's not the most polite thing to say, but it's what my concern.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, moving on to program 1C. Program 1C is about incentivizing housing on the surface parking lots that are associated largely with boulevard-facing commercial parking lots. These are surface parking lots that, in some cases are residentially zoned. Some of them have A-lot overlays, some of them don't. So we kind of comb through it throughout the city, and it seems to vary a little bit. So the purpose of the A-lot overlay, just to preview for the commission, is to allow that commercial serving parking to remain, and if the commercial use ever goes away, the underlying use reverts to the residential. That being said, in the R2, R3, R4 zones, those zones have density requirements in addition to caps. So, for example, in the R2 zone, it's 1 per 15. It's the lesser of 1 per 1,500 or 4 units. So, in a lot of cases, regardless of the size of a lot, the maximum amount is 4 units. So you could have a 40,000 square foot lot, and you could only put 4 units on there. So the idea here is to not change that underlying density, but to remove the density caps to sort of unlock the housing potential for those surface parking lots, and to remove the restrictions, that currently are in the code for A lots that say that you can't take access, you can't access the commercial parking from that residential parcel. It effectively doesn't allow that kind of change to ever occur. So you continue to have these surface lots with a commercial use, even if someone wanted to build a housing project and build the replacement commercial parking underneath. That's not what the code allows right now. So there are a couple of questions here. One is, whether there are other changes or incentives that should be considered for these sites. For example, should there be an exemption from lot consolidation restrictions? That's just an example. That's not, yet a staff recommendation. We were just kind of looking at some of those things in the code and what's been received in public correspondence. There is a limitation at the moment in terms of combining residentially zoned parcels with adjacent parcels. This was something that was instituted with the 2015 zoning ordinance. There were concerns at the time, and they continue to be with respect to commercial intrusion into neighborhoods. We're really talking about edge conditions here. And then secondly, as you heard me allude to, the access restrictions that limit vehicular access from the residentially zoned parcels be removed in order to kind of, open up the possibility for housing projects in these commercial surface parking lots.
Sorry, Chair. I've been advised that Channel 16 is not broadcasting our meeting. YouTube is working, Blue Jeans is working, but there may be people who thought they were going to be able to see us on Channel 16, and that link, which is on the posted agenda from the Granicus, is not working at all, just so that people are aware.
Thank you, Commissioner Landros. Hey, Ross, will you actually put back up the slide, because I think it's helpful to guide Commissioner comments. Thank you so much. Okay, so who wants to start us on this one? Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
I just have a question on that third bullet down in the lower left-hand side. Remove commercial parking replacement restrictions. Can you explain what that really means? What's the constraint there?
I'm sorry. Oh, are you looking at the not the slide, but the staff report? Is that right?
I know I'm looking at the slide that you've posted. Yeah, that one there. Remove commercial parking replacement restrictions. What does it mean?
So that has to do with that probably could more. It was kind of short form, and that's that issue I was talking about, where if you want to replace the commercial parking in that residentially zoned parcel, it prohibits it prohibits access, commercial access from that residential parcel. So effectively, you can't do it.
I see. So that bullet point, the second one on the left-hand side, is the same as the bottom one on the right-hand side. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fresco, then Commissioner Reese.
This is one of my moments where I have a little history to share, which is that this A-lot idea was established in 1929 because they wanted more parking. And really, basically, the original idea was that the lots would retain their underlying zoning if they ever stopped being for parking. And the only rule about it as parking was that the parking entrance had to be 20 feet from an adjacent residential parcel. And I think those are actually that's really all we need. And that any of the other restrictions and prohibitions are unnecessary. And as long as it retains its underlying zoning and a commercial parking entrance is 20 feet from the neighboring residential zone, I think we're done.
I think Commissioner Reese was next, and then Commissioner Lambert.
So that was interesting. Thank you, Nina. I'm wondering, is there a prohibition, staff, from putting the commercial parking underground and developing on the surface? I believe there is, and if so, I think we should add that that should be a potential change if that is a prohibition, because it makes it really hard for a commercial project to redevelop if it gives up its parking.
That's right. Yeah. So it's in it does have to be a below ground structure. But the biggest thing is that it has to, the access, it's where the access can be taken. And oftentimes those boulevard facing commercial parcels, they're just kind of shallow, and for ramping and, how you design a subterranean structure, it's not possible to take access only from that commercial parcel. And that's where the limitation lies, is, from our experience.
So you're already allowed to do the subterranean parking, or it's just the access issue. Okay, I'm corrected.
Commissioner Lambert, you'll go next, and then Commissioner Landras. Apparently Channel 16 is now back up. Commissioner Lambert, and then Commissioner Landras.
I don't think it's realistic to remove the commercial parking replacement requirement. For one thing, a commercial property owner is not going to go for that, and it's also going to have very negative impacts on neighboring residential uses, commercial parking. So, I mean, maybe we say that at least 50% of the commercial parking has to be replaced. I mean, something less than 1 for 1. And we had a project, a property actually a year or so back. There was St. Monica's that was, as you remember, on 7th Street, and they are having because there's a building in front of the parking lot. So the only access point they could have for the housing was on 7th Street, which is adjacent to a residential property, and it was not wide enough to make it 20 feet from the adjoining residential property. So basically, their housing options are 0. So I don't think that 20 foot from the residential adjacent property is realistic in a lot of cases. I don't see any reason for it when basically the property next door to it could actually have parking anywhere it wanted coming in from the street. So I would be totally supportive of removing that restriction that prohibits parking access from the street. And I also think, as I said, the replacement commercial parking is going to be a big issue for neighbors in that neighborhood.
Commissioner Landrieu.
Okay, so I want to acknowledge that we're having this conversation while SB 1401 is still, AB 1401 is still pending. And so this whole conversation could become moot with respect to what is required in terms of parking provision. It's not moot with respect to things like using residential parking to provide, using residential parcels to provide parking. So I've been reading through a lot of these recommendations, thinking about like what could possibly go wrong. And what I'd like to suggest is yes to all of it, except that it really needs to be tied to the locations that are immediately adjacent to commercial. I want to be very careful that we don't write a rule that says any residential property in Santa Monica can dig down and provide subterranean parking, because you never know what could happen, right? So I support removing the density caps. I support removing the replacement restrictions, largely because I think they're going to go away anyway. A question that I have is whether we would be better off simply rezoning the A lots to match the adjacent to some sort of multi-density, multifamily friendly mixed-use designation, because there's a lot of work that would be that we're trying to do to put these pieces together. To Commissioner Fresco's point about the 20-foot minimum distance, what I would suggest is that we say that it's 20 feet or across an alley, whichever is less. In other words, there may be some situations like, think of Montana, north side of Montana, and there's an alley separating a house from a parking lot. That may not be exactly 20 feet, so I don't want to impose a 20-foot minimum. But there's an alley, so presumably that residence has some existing barrier to the alley, and so I would be fine. I would be fine with that. But I would be happy for the lots to be consolidated. I would be happy for the access restrictions to be removed, and I would be happy for there to be some sort of distance requirement, as long as we understand that an alley beats, overrides whatever the distance requirement is. And if we can rezone those parcels, so much the better.
Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, I agree that AB 1401 is probably just going to rule the day here. But I do think that as part of our broader brainstorming here, it's important to recognize that the City Council essentially wrote in a 50% affordability requirement for the parking lots next to religious institutions. So we need to think creatively about how we can provide funding mechanisms to make that possible. I don't have any clear answers for that, but I think it should be part of our broader discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Raskin. I've actually got a couple questions. So it's my understanding, right, that you could, on these A lots, ostensibly, you could either tear down the adjacent commercial structure and consolidate the lots if we get rid of the lot consolidation. And you could build a single project. And if that was the case, Jing, could you average the density across both lots, or could you only put as many units are allowed on the residential parcel and then as many as allowed on the commercial parcel?
The latter, yeah. We don't allow density averaging. We don't do it often, but there are situations where parcels have multiple zones on it, and so whatever that zone boundary is, the rules apply to that portion of the parcel. So in a situation where you had a parcel that was partially commercial zone, partially residential zone, you'd have to calculate those requirements separately.
And those are all my questions. I mean, I basically think, yes, we should basically just make the development on those lots easier. I think we should remove the consolidation requirement. I think we should allow averaging, but that there would have to be some discretion given to staff to make sure that there was compatibility with the adjacent. And yes, remove the access. Okay, moving on unless anyone else has a comment. Okay, thank you.
Okay, 1D, this is to do with reducing or eliminating minimum parking requirements for housing projects. And this was, as part of the City Council's discussion, it was an Explore, reducing or eliminating minimum parking requirements, and it was restricted to transit priority or areas. So you can see here, just a listing here for reference, the current parking rates for market rate projects. We also did want to note that under state density bonus law, there are restrictions as to what a city can require for minimum parking relative to the amount of affordable housing. And you can see there, there's also a restriction that has to be half mile for major transit stops. So that's just a point of reference. And the policy question here is whether the city should eliminate minimum parking requirements for market rate housing projects within transit priority areas. And, for clarity, this would mean, it doesn't mean that we're saying, that no one's providing any parking. It allows applicants to essentially right-size the parking, for their project. They're basically building what they need. What we've seen in the DCP, actually, which obviously does not have any minimum parking requirements, although there are no minimum requirements, applicants have still chosen to include parking in their projects. The difference is they're able to be flexible, in terms of how much they provide. DCP also has parking maximums, and we do have parking maximums in our code currently as well.
Since we've already talked about AB 1401, that's obviously relevant here. Does anyone want to speak to this item? Commissioner Landris?
Yeah, I guess I have a question, and it's one of those places where I think we want to hear from the Housing Commission and the affordable housing production community. If we, with respect to affordable housing, eliminate minimums, does that undermine their effort to get financing for housing projects that include parking? Because we know that there are communities, there is a desire to yikes. Why is my phone? There's a desire to make sure there's enough parking for residents of affordable housing.
So there is a state law that already allows zero parking when you're in a transit priority area for 100% affordable.
Can I also say
but do they want that?
Well, it's only a minimum, Sean. They can go as much as they want.
Right.
I understand that, but I'm asking look, I don't like parking requirements. I would like to get rid of parking requirements. I like AB 1401. My question is, if you're going out for financing for affordable housing and you need to be able to put it in, if the city gets rid of a nominal minimum, does that affect their ability to finance the project the way their residents need it to be financed? That's the question that I'm asking.
CCSM will build what they can get financing for. It's really simple.
Right.
So
CCSM has consistently said they want some parking, so that's why I'm asking the question.
There's no reason they can't have parking. This is just a minimum issue. They can build as much as they want.
Right. Anyone else? Jim?
I'm supportive of this. I mean, it's consistent with where the state law is going in the direction for planning. And, you know, we can reach out to affordable developers and see if it's a problem that Don is worried about. But I can tell you from my experience, it's not a problem. The problem is if they can't build parking at all. Everybody will build a little parking just to satisfy the financiers and make sure the projects are profitable or marketable. But I don't think there's any reason we need to be in the business of requiring parking.
Perfect. I agree. That's great.
Okay. Does anyone else want to speak to this now, or they can speak to it later? Otherwise, we can move on.
I have one question. I know there are a number of cities that set maximum parking requirements. Have we considered that? Or we already do it in some areas. But...
So yeah, we actually have parking maximums in our code already.
Okay.
What are they?
Oh, so for the downtown, what you see in the code actually in the off-street parking standards, those are actually parking maximums. And then within for the rest of the city, I'm kind of going off the top of my head. It's been a while. I've looked at that section. It is 5% more than the minimum required amounts.
Commissioner Sonderberg, do you have your hand up?
I'm very uncomfortable with allowing people, other than in the downtown area, which I think is still an experiment and process. We're not sure that that's ultimately a good thing, to allow people to build no parking, because that's really another way of saying that you hope to find enough parking on the street and therefore impact the neighbors. And I'm particularly concerned in areas of the city where the existing housing stock is already underparked, meaning a lot of the buildings that were built in the 50s and 60s don't have sufficient parking for the lifestyle of the residents that live there. So I think the no parking requirements is a way of saying that I'm only going to take care of my own, and any surplus I'm dumping on the public street. The public street means that you're dumping on neighbors, often which are already underparked. So I think we do need minimum parking requirements. This is a very dangerous and slippery slope to be going down.
Can I say something? I just have one.
Commissioner Reed.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Now, Leslie, quickly, and then let's.
Okay. I think we have actually a poster child for no parking housing project, and that's 4th and Broadway, if I'm not mistaken. That's where the bank building is now, because the developer could not get financing for a project with no parking. So, I mean, I think we kind of have to leave it up to the market. And if the developer can't build a project and not get financing that has no parking, that's not going to happen.
Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say something similar to that, and I would say that, you know, a lot of the units that are having parking problems now is because they didn't have any parking requirements or nearly enough before. But now the market is looking at like 1 1/4 per unit, and we don't have those on the old projects. In terms of the maximums, I just highlight the only time I've seen in my job where this has become a problem is when you're trying to get a grocery store. Grocery stores want parking, and I've had numerous projects blow up that they could, because of the maximums, they couldn't get that in there. So just for almost every other use, it makes a lot of sense. But that's an important use as a market.
Okay. Shall we move on?
Sure. So the next one is programs 1E and 1F. And these are revisions to the Bergamot Area Plan and DCP development standards to support housing projects. So there's a few things going on here. We are going to be looking at revising the Tier 1 development standards. As you've heard us say, Tier 1, the base FAR, has to be able to support the amount of affordable that the city's contemplating. I know the Planning Commission, with the draft element, you recommended I think it was 10%. I'm trying to remember right now, but at the City Council, when they discussed the draft housing element, the City Council actually endorsed and directed staff to proceed with a 15% inclusionary requirement. with even distribution across the major income levels. So at the very low, low, and moderate income level. So the tier 1, the base standards would be set at FARs capable of supporting that 15% inclusionary with the even distribution. Part of this is also that, tier 2 would be removed then, so it's almost like a downgrading, if you will, of, what were formerly tier 2 FARs. And then you see a third bullet there that the feasibility and affordable percentages in downtown will be reevaluated. That's that building height and affordable housing kind of ladder, that's in place right now for tier 2 and tier 3 projects in downtown. So that is going to be reevaluated. We're also looking at really just a tier system in the downtown. The reason for that is you can see, Ross, can you actually just show the next slide briefly? Because that has a table in there. And I'm sorry, that's very hard to see. And hopefully you can maybe take a look at that. But we've tried to, you can see there that with the 15% testing, I'll just use downtown as an example, largely you need a minimum of about 2.75 FAR. To support the 15% inclusionary, and you can see on the left side that red box shows the current tier 1 FAR maximums for housing projects in downtown. All of them are lower than that, but then you can see in the next column over in tier 2, some of those FARs are actually higher than what HRNA tested. So we are needing to do to do a little more work on that, quite frankly, just to understand, whether there will remain, there should continue to be some sort of tier system in downtown because, we also don't want a down zone. We're not allowed to do that either. So we want to proceed carefully with respect to the DCP. So I just wanted to kind of provide that as a background as to the things that we're evaluating at the moment. Can you go back up again? Yeah. So with that, the two policy questions are sort of, tearing off of the kind of foundational work we're doing with respect to height and FAR, but they have to do with, really some of the issues that have come up with housing projects. So should housing projects have flexibility in complying with building form standards? So these are things like ground floor height, pedestrian-oriented design standards. These are standards that we have, received commentary on in your public correspondence. And secondly, should housing projects be permitted to have ground floor residential units throughout downtown instead of limited mid-block locations? So as part of the DCP's adoption, some of you may remember we had pretty extensive discussions around, what happens on the ground floor in downtown at the corners and the mid-block locations. And kind of recognizing that ground floor retail, there's a lot of it. There's millions of square foot of it throughout the city, and did it make sense in the downtown? So it was certainly a departure from prior code to allow ground floor residential in some of those mid-block locations, kind of like on 5th, 6th, and 7th Street, but largely within areas closer to the expo station. Those still require those active ground floor uses, and the question here is really, should there be more flexibility throughout downtown for those ground floor residential units?
So can I actually ask a couple of clarifying questions before we have comment? So for the first bullet, when you say, should we have flexibility in complying with building form standards, is this essentially, is the process through the minor or major mod in that case, or is that something different?
I think that we're
figuring out if this is really also money.
It's a good question. We are. I think that's what we're looking for feedback on. Should it be through a mod standard, or you could write flexibility into the code, quite frankly, and not go through a mod as well. By writing, for example, like a range. Which is, I think, sort of what we have now, or is it a standard at all? Or is it a mod?
Okay. And then are you saying that staff is proposing to look at the affordable housing requirements in Tier 2 and Tier 3 in downtown, but you just don't have them in the table. Is that what I understood?
Right. Because I think the testing that HRNA did, at the time was for 15%, but with the change, so we had proceeded assuming, based on the kind of initial direction we received from council was, we were looking at sort of this 10% minimum, right? And so we had kind of proceeded along that route. And then when we received direction from the council that no, 15%, is really what they wanted, with the even distribution, across all the income categories, it kind of changed, what the discussion was with respect to particularly looking at downtown, whether that, how that works with the existing tier system and the existing FARs, because as you can see there, just for example, in the neighborhood village, tier 2, the maximum FAR is 3.5. HRNA's testing showed that, to support 15%, you need 2.75, right? We want just to be able to reconcile that, and kind of figure out, do we continue having a tier system, and I think we just, in some cases it matches the maximums, but in some cases what we have right now is actually higher than what the testing showed out, which is not the case in the rest of the city. It was a relatively straightforward decision for the rest of the city.
Right. I mean, we also have SB 330, which doesn't allow us to downzone.
Exactly. Right.
Okay. So let's start with Leslie, and then I think Commissioner Fonda Bernardi has his hand up.
Gina, I have a question. Why is it just the BAP and the DCP? Why isn't it the LUCE and all the other plans we talked about?
That's actually a different program. It's in the R4A. Because these are sort of two unique areas, they're split up, but they are roughly doing the same thing. So we are doing that for the rest of the city too.
I guess, and then my other question is, how wedded are we to HRNA's heights? Because the height of 3 and 4 stories they found to be feasible is only a feasibility issue. It's not by any stretch a design issue. So is that going to be pursued at some point?
We are going to dig into that a little more, and probably reach out to some of our production, our roundtable participants. That 4 stories was the kind of back of napkin. We do have 2 architects on the team, so it's not completely like based in nothing. We made some sort of very rough assumptions. I mean, we were not designing projects by any means, but just trying to figure out, on a typical 15,000 square foot, like double lot, assuming, certain percentages of floor plate and what have you, and then just kind of, running the numbers and seeing like, well, how many, what height does that require, right? If you start stacking, floor area on top. So, take it for what it's, the 4 stories you see there are kind of like a rough estimate, because we wanted to give people a sense. No one really understands if we just say 2.75 or like, what does that mean? So we were just trying to translate to give people a general sense of what that is.
I've spoken at some length with Hank Koenig, and he said if we stay with that 4 stories, we're going to end up with a lot of fat, squat buildings if we end up with anything at all. So I think we really need to look at that carefully and include the design community before we confirm anything. Thank you.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, and then Commissioner Fresco.
Can we have the slide up while we talk, please? Thank you.
So I'd like to speak to the ground floor height. I think we've already talked about it. It should be unlimited. You do what you want there. Market should determine that. I'm also looking at this pedestrian-oriented design, which is really about a vibrant streetscape. But it seems like we are a little bit over retailed on the ground floors overall in our city, and we're likely to be more so as Amazon gobbles up more and more of the trade, if you will. So the ability to put residential units on the ground floor, particularly on the side streets. So imagine you had commercial uses on the, let's say, the main street on Wilshire, but on the side streets on 11th and 10th Street, whatever, on either side, going down the side of those in that same zoning, in that same commercial zoning. The idea of introducing housing there, I think, would be valuable. So I think these are areas that we can give away without really suffering any penalty. And then the last thing I'd like to throw in is that we do need a reality check about the ecology of the buildings we are proposing. And I've said this many times, and it bears repeating. that with today's technology, we can only go up to 3 stories and make net zero buildings, meaning buildings that generate all their energy locally on site. Now, technology will improve and we'll be able to go up to 4 stories in the near future, we hope. But there will, a lot of that extra energy that we can generate that would normally go for that 4th story is probably going to end up going to our vehicles, because we do have 1 million electric cars and 1 million electric bicycles waiting to plow into our buildings. So I think we're deluding ourselves that we can just say, oh yeah, make it 5 stories, make it 6 stories, because we'll never get to net zero. And net zero is the only ticket out of global warming right now. That's the only way to get out. Right now, as we build more and more, we're building giant heat islands that are going to fry our residents. And again, let's get real. Already today, when you look at what's happening with, I'll use Hoover Dam as an example, they're trading off water for power right now, and we need both. So we can't keep increasing the power demands without figuring out a way of meeting those power demands.
Commissioner Fresco, do you? Yeah,
Yes.
Go ahead.
As far as things like ground floor height, I don't know if we really need to talk about that, but obviously we don't need a maximum, and I think it actually makes all our buildings look the same, and it's self-regulating anyway, because people want to fit other things into the height. But in terms of what we can fit into the height, I wanted to bring up one of my favorite beating a drum that nobody wants to hear comment, which has to do with shared open space inside building and building these mini concrete parks on the podium levels of buildings so that they're kind of hollow, and not considering that a lot of that hollow space in our donut-shaped buildings could be more units. And particularly in downtown, not so much Bergamot, but downtown is very well parked. We have Reed Park, we have Palisades Park, we have the beach, and you know, I would really consider allowing more units and more FAR in the height that we have, and easing up on that shared open space requirement, which I just don't think is always as necessary, and letting the developers decide what the market needs to move their unit.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this? Commissioner Landris and Vice Chair.
So I agree with what everyone else is saying regarding ground floor height. I am less enthusiastic about being totally open on pedestrian orientation, because I just want to make sure that we're actually maximizing our streetscape for multimodal transit. So we want to make sure that our sidewalks are pleasant to walk down. We had that conversation about Lincoln on the Vaughan site, for example. So what I wanted to really focus on was this last bullet about ground floor residential units throughout the downtown. Not only do I support the idea of ground floor residential units, but and I hope Ruria Finkel is listening, I think we should look for flexibility around live work. We've heard creative proposals from the promenade, from downtown Santa Monica about flexibility there. I think it could be very cool to, with the proper venting and the proper protections, it'd be very cool to have live work units that are supporting artists, that are supporting people in the creative economy. I think one of the things we're seeing following the pandemic is many, many more people exploring work from home. And so I would like to see more flexibility along those lines with protections, for that pedestrian orientation. So I wouldn't want to go all out and end up with, very sterile office situations downstairs. But I would be much more open to live work that and much more and go beyond simply artist studios. Look for the wide range of live work situations that could be throughout the creative economy and even some other things that are not credited with being creative, but really are more creative than people give them credit for.
Commissioner Reed.
Okay, so I am supportive of tinkering with the development standards, and I think that Hank Coney has pointed out a series of things we should look at, which we don't really need to repeat in too much detail. But there's one that he talks about where the relationship between the ground floor and the sidewalk. Well, I think that needs to be looked at very closely because we really don't want sunken buildings, but to the extent those are creating problems, we should understand what those problems are in more detail and see if we can address it. In terms of residential on the ground floor, I think it's a great idea because I do agree with what I think Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi said is retail is hurting and we're not going to see a lot of it and we can't rely on that to activate our streets. So then to tie into what Commissioner Landers said, I think that these housing units have to have doors on the streets at the ground level to try to create some of that activation. And that was really my main comment.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's move. Oh, Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi, do you have your hand up again? Sorry.
Just one last point. I know it's a small point, but those residential units with eyes on the street are much safer than offices that are vacant at night, and likewise retail businesses that close at 10 o'clock. By making those ground floors really residential with lights on at night and people looking onto the street and being able to respond to things that happen on the street, this builds a more cohesive community and a safer community. So I just want to add that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, let's move on.
So moving on now to program 2A, which is the establishment of a moderate income, 100% moderate income overlay. So as you recall, there was no support for the citywide affordable housing overlay, which is sort of largely captured within state law already. However, there is a hole here with respect to moderate income projects. So these are ones that are up to 120% AMI. And it would be in targeted areas around downtown Bergamot and the 17th Street Expo Station. So kind of the half mile around those stations, kind of down the spine of the city. And one of our question here really for this is the thought around moderate income housing is to provide a lot of flexibility. So they would gain the advantage that 80% AMI affordable housing projects get in terms of additional height, additional stories, no minimum parking, and flexibility in unit size and unit mix requirements. We've heard from some moderate income housing providers that the way to try and make this work is, they really need some flexibility in the unit types. Otherwise, it doesn't quite pencil out for them. So if that was the case, what they tend to do is provide more common area amenities in exchange for those smaller units. So that being the case, what common area amenities should be considered in exchange for flexibility in unit size or unit mix requirements?
Okay, Commissioner Lambert, why don't you start us off?
I don't want to get real carried away by common amenities because I think the economic feasibility of these projects is a cusp. So I think we need to be wary of getting too carried away with a lot of open space or whatever it is we're considering because these are really marginal financially, I suspect. So we just need to keep that in mind.
Thank you, and I agree. Anyone else want to speak to this? Commissioner Reed, and then Commissioner Lambert, and then Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi. Commissioner Landers. Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Raskin, sorry.
Thanks. Yeah, as you recall, I had voted against this proposal when we had the housing element come up back in June, largely out of concern for displacement in residential areas. And I think I generally agree with what Commissioner Lambert was saying that we don't want to get too into the weeds with maybe over-regulating this too much. But I will restate my concerns for the record about this proposal in general.
Thank you, Commissioner Raskin. I think Commissioner Landris is next.
Okay, so I guess I'm not sure what we're considering an amenity here. So before I even Jing, could you sort of tell us what you have in mind? What are we trading for what? I mean, yeah.
So what we require in the code now, as you're probably aware, is there's minimum kinds of units, right? So we have a maximum number of studios, minimum 2 and 3 bedrooms, and what have you. We also have equivalencies with respect to affordable units and the number of bedrooms they have to have. Those are sort of in the mixed income projects.
Right.
So I think what we've heard in talking with some moderate income providers is that there's interest in allowing for essentially, micro units, for lack of a better term, or just smaller units in general, so that they can really take advantage of economies of scale. And in exchange for that, some of these projects have, for example, they'll have more community room space. Some of them might have, more maybe like common outdoor space. I mean, it's sort of more like you're exchanging your smaller private living quarters for areas where you can socialize with other residents of the building and sort of building that sense of community. I think it's for that reason that, as we were thinking about kind of uncracking the moderate income model, there's probably some alignment here with some of the policy questions we've been grappling about with respect to co-housing, co-living, because the kinds of models that we've seen in those sort of new housing models, if you will, tend to skew towards precisely this kind of thing where it's units that are maybe not particularly large, they're functional, they're livable, it's a place you go to sleep, but a lot of them place a lot of emphasis in the social interaction and community that comes with a lot of shared spaces in the building.
Right. Okay. So this is helpful because my interest, and I mean, it's why I voted for it. I think we have a housing gap. We obviously have a housing gap in this area very clearly. But I will say, and this is a policy issue, I tend to think that we have seen, and we've seen it with the micro-unit projects that have been proposed, I don't know how many of them are actually going to get built, but we've tended to seen sort of aggressively priced micro-units come up without this overlay. And so for me, the value of this overlay is the longer term workforce. By workforce, I want to say kind of workforce includes everybody, so that's maybe a bad word to use, but what I want to say is people who can't afford to live in Santa Monica right now, but they don't qualify for affordable housing. Maybe they have 2 incomes that add up too much, but they're building families. And so I don't know what is feasible to build, but I am, without hyper-regulating here, I'm really worried in terms of what could possibly go wrong. What could possibly go wrong is that we set up this overlay and then all we get are these moderate income micro units that no family can ever live in. And I would really like to see incentives for moderate income. I mean, I'd go up to 150 AMI. I'd even go up to 200 AMI. People who make 200 AMI still can't afford to live in our city. And I would like to see 2 and 3 bedroom apartments in these projects. Now, if you're saying that half the project's going to be micro units, I don't know. Let's look at some modeling, but I'm not inclined to just turn this over to single occupants when we have a long-term family housing crisis in our community, especially for people who are falling in the gaps.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Fresco.
Yeah, I just wanted to really agree with Sean on that. I feel like the micro units are a solution for a housing crisis that I can see working in downtown for a lot of people who are young and working on new jobs. But our whole idea for the moderate housing overlay is for people who are working in jobs where they're not going to advance or move on necessarily. They're a teacher and there's a ceiling on how far they're going to advance, and we're trying to create opportunities for somebody like that to settle down and have a family and live near a school where they work in Santa Monica. And so I think structuring the moderate housing overlay around micro units is not achieving the goal we set out to achieve. So.
Okay. Anyone? Commissioner Lambert? And then Commissioner Bernardi.
I mean, when I think of moderate income housing, I agree with Sean. I mean, this is totally an unmet need in Santa Monica, and moderate income families would benefit from this. I have grave doubts that it would be financially feasible for a developer to build that. So we could set up, a wonderful, program with 2 and 3 bedroom moderate income units, and it would never get built. The micro units downtown, as I recall from the rent structures, are a good deal higher than moderate income rents. So I think this is a different market for micro units. The rents are much lower. I think it would be really useful if HRNA could take a look at this. I don't know if that's in their contract or not, but I think we're sort of shooting in the dark about what we would like to see versus what is financially feasible.
Yeah, and I think this particular, recommendation came about because we have looked at it. I think the reality of, I'm hearing some of the discussion here on interest for family size unit at the moderate income level, but it's just with the lack of any financing tools and the cost of land, it's not something that it's just a reality of it. It doesn't pencil out, and I think here it's really something to strongly consider in terms of what's the priority. Is it the price point, or is it the type of households? And they don't necessarily align, in reality when you're trying to produce these units. So that's how this recommendation ended up, with the flexibility in the unit size, because it's a way to make it work, if to have units at this income level, that really has no other financing source.
Commissioner Bernardi, and then let's move on unless anyone else has something.
Yeah, 2 things I'd like to say. First of all, I would be very comfortable going up to 200 MI, so to speak, because that is still part of the donut hole that we're trying to fill. And whether it's a single person or a couple with no children or a family, it's the same donut hole they're falling into. So that's one thing. The other place this might be useful, even though, quote unquote, it doesn't pencil out, is, we're talking about using city lands for these kinds of projects. So on a city-owned land project where the land is essentially leased for 100 years, choose a number, then these might pencil out. So I think there is a way, if we stage it right, to open a door to fill that donut hole. So that's the first thing. And I will repeat my reluctance to go to no parking, because it is exactly these people in the donut hole that need the parking, because what we have found is that you can get to something like 30 times more jobs if you have a car in a half an hour than you can using mass transit of various sorts. So these people, one of the people in that group will probably need a car, and certainly if they are raising a family, they will almost certainly need a car, because one of those persons will probably be commuting longer and faster than they can get to by mass transit today. Now, maybe 20 years from now, the situation will be different. The time scales will be different. The working from home will be different. The mixes will be different. But in today's reality, unfortunately, we still need a modicum of cars, and I'd like to keep that in the mix.
Commissioner Reese.
I'm in favor of a overlay. It will be very tricky. I did, near my house, there was one of these types of projects, which very small units. It weaved its way through the zoning code. The city was not happy with it, and they closed that loophole in the zoning code. But it's at 20th and Olympic. It's a pretty successful project. So maybe we can look back and see what we closed that stopped that project. I am also not a huge supporter of just having the small micro units, so I think we got to figure out a way to incentivize bigger. I also think these projects have to have open space because, as we learned with COVID, you need a little place to get out to. So I'm all for pushing on the open space. On parking, though, for Commissioner Fonda-Minardi, I'm not hearing anybody saying that parking is not required. I think what we are saying, the reality is no project can get built today with no parking. What we're saying is we shouldn't be in the business of telling people how to finance their projects and design their projects. I don't see anybody building projects with no parking these days. So I am not, certainly, I don't want to speak for everybody else, but I am not saying we're at a place in our society where we do not need cars. I'm just saying city shouldn't decide it. That's a financing issue, and a project won't get financed if it gets built without it. It won't be successful. That's where I think the reality is with housing. If we want to look at realities.
Leslie, if you have a short last comment.
I have one final comment. Just to remind everybody, every year of the fifth cycle, we have fallen short on moderate income production. And although there's no state sanction for that, it's not a good thing for Santa Monica to be doing. So in terms of increasing above 120%, I think we need to.
Thank you. Let's move on.
Okay, the next one is a small program. It's updating the Affordable Housing Production Program to ensure feasible housing projects. So the big changes here are a revision to the current menu of options that applicants have to satisfy their affordable housing requirements, and instead establish a singular base 15% inclusionary requirement split evenly among the affordability income levels. We'd also be looking in terms of creating greater flexibility in terms of the off-site options to potentially allow the acquisition rehab to satisfy the requirement. And it's also going to be based on the elimination of the Tier 2. So the 15% will trigger the elimination of Tier 2 pretty much everywhere in the city, except for some further evaluation we're looking at within the downtown. And I think in exchange for that, because we have an established regulatory community benefit system, as Chapter 9.23 in the code, that has several requirements in terms of augmented impact fees, increased affordable housing that are kind of baked into that. So one thing we do have to look at is whether we download those, because we have done feasibility testing or had done it for that, and it was supportable. So we would want to take a look at lining that up to ensure that we're still getting the appropriate impact fees relative to the increased FARs and the affordable requirements that are in them. So some policy questions. This is sort of more digging into the nuts and bolts of the AHPP. There's a unit mix and minimum bedroom size requirements. This is largely in the sort of Tier 2 community benefits tier right now. There's alignment between the de-restricted units and the market rate units. So should we still continue to require that? Should we consider a mixed compliance option for the AHPP? So this is an interesting concept that came about. We were taking a look at San Jose's newly adopted inclusionary housing ordinance, and I think the sort of big picture concept they have there is they established a base, and then they established a slightly higher percentage. I believe it's like 15 and 20 or something. And an applicant can choose, the 20% option, but through a mixed compliance approach, meaning you could do a combination of units and cash, like in fee, or you can propose even a different mix across income levels. So that's just, it was just something interesting we wanted to raise for discussion. And thirdly, should the city retain or modify the in lieu fee option for projects to not provide affordable units on site? So this is somewhat related to that second bullet point. Right now in the code, tier 2 projects cannot pay an in lieu fee. They only provide the units on site. And that has, I would say, historically been the city's preference, that projects build the units instead of the receiving the fees. But is that something that we should reconsider? And then should the offsite option, be set at a higher percentage than the base level of 15%? Just as a point of information, we have asked HRNA to kind of begin testing on, is there some higher percentage that could be supportable if there was a higher percentage above 15% for the offsite option? So those 4 questions are before you.
Okay, how about Vice Chair Reese?
I think that we should keep the unit mixes the same between the market rate and the affordables. And I'm okay with this kind of in lieu fee concept, but I would be remiss in not saying it's funny that in downtown Los Angeles, where they're updating the community plan, it's being blown up right now because the councilman there is very concerned about these in lieu fees, and he wants to change it all the way around to where you have to build it on site because he's concerned that it will not be built. So we really need some strong assurances if we're going to continue with the in lieu and in lieu fee that it's going to get built. And I see tons of good reason to do that, because if we can get a nonprofit to run the building and provide services and manage it, it's going to be better for the tenants. So I don't want to jettison the in lieu fee. So I'm okay with maintaining it, and I think we should look at tier 2 as an incentive. There you can do the in lieu fee, and then finally, if we can get these things built in off-site in lieu with a nonprofit, I think that is preferable. So I don't think we should increase the percentage. I just want to make sure that we've created a situation where we're ensuring that it gets built, which is no easy task. So good luck, staff.
Commissioner Lambert and then Commissioner Fondo Bernardi.
I am not in favor of giving an in lieu fee option to tier 2 projects, and one of the reasons I say that is I have always questioned how much housing production is really happening as a result of the in lieu fees. I would far rather I'd rather see the units actually built on site, and even better than that, off site. There was one option in the staff report mentioned of off-site acquisition of existing apartment buildings, which I support. CCSM has been very active in that and very successful in it. However, it should not be limited to vacant apartment buildings, because I believe that could result in tenant harassment and evictions. And that's not how CCSM operates. They will buy a building with some tenants in it, and the tenants remain in place until they leave, and then CCSM replaces those tenants with income-eligible tenants. So I don't think it should be limited to vacant existing buildings. I also have a real something that's very important to me. There are 6,500 R1 properties in Santa Monica. There are over 11,000 single-family. What that means is there are 4,000 to 5,000 single-family homes occupying properties that are either R2 or above, meaning that is lost development opportunity. And we are doing, as far as I can tell, absolutely nothing to incentivize the redevelopment of those sites. And those could be sites for missing middle homeownership units. So I think we really need to look at the AHPP and how it is applied to condominium projects between 4 and 15 or 17 units. I can't remember. I think the way the AHPP is structured now, it discourages the development of any more than 3 units, even though a site could handle 4 or 5, because of that 4-unit triggering of AHPP. would ask that we increase that threshold to 6 units. And we also look at the inclusionary units that we require on site, and maybe instead of moderate, low, and very low, we include some middle income people as potential condo buyers in those projects. I don't see any reason not to have at least the same percentage off-site as on-site. I mean, right now it's the off-site percentage is higher, so I'm not sure why we would reduce that. So that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Bernardi, and then Commissioner Landreth.
I would like to second Commissioner Lambert's excitement about acquisition and rehab, simply because that is the fastest way to get affordable housing online. It's already built. You have to do some modern upgrades, but you can do them sequentially and even essentially replace people that had to move out during that time, and essentially take those units off the escalating rent treadmill and park them at a much more stable position for the future. But I think it's a very key part of all the tools we're going to use to build affordable housing.
Thank you. Commissioner Landreth.
So yeah, I agree with Commissioner Lambert and Commissioner Fonda Bernardi. I think there is a bill pending, AB 787. I don't know if it's still alive, but that would be a good thing. We would get credit for converting naturally occurring affordable housing to permanent affordable housing. I also agree with Commissioner Lambert about the in lieu fees and the affordable housing requirements on the condos. That is a challenge for us, and we're seeing people not building to the envelope. And we see the 3s instead of the 4s for that reason. So yes, we should go up to 6 or 7. We also know that we can require affordable at 6 or 7 based on the presentations that were given to APA California, and so those projects will pencil at 6 or 7 in ways that they simply won't at 4. I wonder if this is an opportunity to reintroduce something that Leslie and I have discussed a bunch, that moderate income housing can be built by developers without tax credit financing, whereas affordable housing developers can get the tax credit financing for lower income housing. And so my question about the mixed compliance option, I'd like to actually take a different angle on the mixed compliance option and say, I really want our private developers to produce that moderate rate housing, because we're not going to get it anywhere else. But I would be open to an in lieu fee to provide the other housing that might be able to be provided, more housing at a lower cost, particularly if over the next cycle we are prioritizing raising money so that we can build housing on our public land. We obviously can't change what we charge as an in lieu fee based on whether the project's going to be built on public land or private land. We can't do that. But to the extent that we have, to Commissioner Reese's point, maybe an accelerated commitment to put our public land to use for affordable housing, let's focus on the very low and the low, but let's, maybe allow a mixed compliance option that builds inclusionary moderate rate housing. Actually, I don't care where they build it, as long as they build it. It builds the moderate rate housing, but then allows in lieu fees to backstop public financing for affordable housing on other sites. So, and as far as the offsite option being at a higher percentage, on the one hand, I want to say yes, because I know that so much of our land that we're prioritizing this cycle is public land, and therefore we should be able to do more. On the other hand, I would really rather actually set these rates at feasible, buildable unit counts and dollar amounts, and I'd rather they be feasible than that we have these sort of arbitrary, more off-site, less on-site. That seems to me to be kind of a red herring.
Anyone else? Commissioner Raskin.
Yeah, I've discussed this before. I have really fundamental concerns about off-site affordable housing. I think that it leads to socioeconomic segregation, though I do understand that there are certain benefits to it as well, but I just want to restate those concerns for the record. I think we all agree that we're not going to hit our RHNA targets through inclusionary housing alone, but I think that we can strive to do better than the 15% requirement. I mean, if that's what council has directed, it's what we got to work with. But I think I have concerns about that.
I have concerns about the unit mix. I think we've heard that a lot. So I think we need to take a really hard look at that. I agree that with Commissioner Raskin that we're not going to meet our inclusionary requirements, our RHNA requirements through inclusionary, but we've also seen in LA that it works pretty well, and if there is a number that's feasible. So I wouldn't want us to see us increase that at all. I like a mixed option. I think we should look at different models to make sure it really gets built and to make sure there's not economic segregation. So I think that that's a really important concern. But I think there's a program that can be implemented that we can do that. Let's move on. Commissioner Reese.
Apologize. I need to clarify. I misunderstood and misspoke on the first bullet where they talk about unit size and mix. To the extent we are requiring a certain amount of 1s, 2s, and 3s, I think there should be an adjustment on that. What I was more focused on that I see is that I think the affordable should be at the same percentages as the units that were built. So if there was, so that's really what I meant. So just to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Program 2D. This is the update to the city's density bonus ordinance. So, what we're going to be doing here is revising and updating the density bonus ordinance in line with council direction or endorsement of an interim approach to apply density bonus. So until the ordinance update happens, what we will be doing or have already been applying is applying any applicable density bonus to Tier 1 FAR. So this is just existing as an interim approach. Convert the FAR to units following the West Hollywood approach, or similar to that. And then projects that are eligible for associated incentives and concessions or waivers can apply for those, and the city will be processing those. So that's just a rundown of the interim approach that we will be instituting until the ordinance is amended to formalize that. The policy questions here really surround the incentives and concessions. There's been a lot of discussion with the commission about what is on this menu of incentives and concessions. Should there be a list of automatic by right incentives and concessions, and what kind of standards should be included? So we've just listed here potential things for consideration. Looking at what a listing of what is in the code for modifications and waivers right now, just as a starting point for some ideas. And we also added in daylight plane in there. We put that in because we've actually seen that exercise pretty much in every single affordable housing project that has come forward that has exercised the provisions of AB 1763. That has been a pretty frequent request. So we also added that in for the commission's discussion. So largely the discussion here is direction with respect to that menu of incentives and concessions.
Okay, Leslie, you want to start us off?
Yeah, I just really have one thing to say about this. not including height as a concession is so counterintuitive, it's hard to even discuss. I mean, if we are allowing FAR boosts without height, I mean, I hope that's not what you're saying. When you look at the TOC program in LA, you look at the density bonus program in LA or the density bonus program almost anywhere in California, they all have height as an automatic concession. So that has got to be cooked into this program, and otherwise I don't think it will work.
I'm just going to jump in. I absolutely agree with that. Like, it's just a no-brainer to me, and this list needs to be much larger. I'd like to see FAR, and there's, you know, in some places they do an FAR increase that's commensurate with your density bonus increase. So I think that's a possibility. It's got to have height. It's got to have FAR. It's got to have landscaping. I have actually like sort of a mixed feeling about open space. I think open space is so important, and I know that it can be sometimes an issue to build, but on the other hand, I do think it's really important. So, I think parking you don't need to have as an incentive because it's not an incentive. It's an option essentially, right? That's already in the state law. But the loading, circulation, and dimension makes sense. And I was just looking. I mean, I also really like the LA City sort of off-menu idea, which is that a concession or an incentive that is not on the list, but it's got to come to commission. It's got to be a discretionary decision. So I'd like to see that. And although we haven't talked about it yet, I will state again my opposition to, and I know it was council direction, but I disagree about that the affordable units has to be split equally amongst the three income types. Jim.
Okay, I agree with all of those. I will say.
Sorry, Commissioner Reese, before you, I just wanted to clarify a comment that Chair Pastor made, and I apologize for interrupting. I think you were talking about like you just mentioned a discretionary process for considering off-menu incentives and concessions. I just wanted to clarify that I'm not sure that's consistent with density bonus law, but are you thinking about a different system? Like, are you thinking about the TOC program that sort of does that? But that's
no. I mean, in LA, right? You can ask for an incentive that's not on the menu. So, for example, you could, and the only thing that the commission is kind of like this conversation we were having earlier about minor and major mods, right? The only thing they're considering is whether or not that off-menu incentive should be approved. So, for example, it could be, I don't know, that like I'm trying to think of one, Jim, maybe you can help me think of one, like, it's in a high fire severity zone. Well, no, that's not a good example. Like, what are some, like, what it used to be used for sometimes was density above and beyond the 35% before the law changed. Or let's say you need a setback that's greater than 10%, which is what's the 20% that's allowed by the on-menu incentive, but you needed a 22 setback variation. So you could ask for that as your off-menu. So the discretionary decision is only to that, and then, but not the rest of the density bonus.
So I think I should clarify, like what we're discussing here is that the only difference between this kind of by right menu is that it would be automatic. Like you don't have that the applicant does not provide additional documentation. Basically, you know, they're just saying I'm doing a density bonus project. There's this menu, and the city says I can get, you know, whatever X percentage of this particular standard. And as long as they request it, it's given. It doesn't mean that they couldn't request others. The only difference is they would have to follow the process afforded to them under state density bonus law, which is essentially providing, the background of the documentation explaining, why that particular incentive and concession is necessary to reduce the cost of the affordable housing.
Are you saying that it would be a waiver? Is that essentially what you're saying, as opposed to an incentive or concession?
No. I mean, it could be, they can apply for an incentive and concession or a waiver. For the incentive and concession, the standard under state density bonus law is that it's necessary to reduce the cost of the affordable housing. For the waiver, it has to physically preclude the development of the housing. Right. So it's really, whether you go through that whole process, or it's something that is automatically granted by the city because it's, on this menu. So I just want to clarify what we're talking about is when we say a by right may, it doesn't mean that the other process is discretionary, because we don't, it's not our position that that's how you would apply state density bonus law.
Right. No, I understand that, and that's not what I'm implying. I'm saying that there is, to create even more flexibility in the system, LA has this thing called an off-menu density bonus, where if there's just some standard you can't meet that we haven't thought of, right, and it's not in the list of incentives, that you can go to the commission and say, and request that.
Can I ask a follow-up?
And it provides a lot of flexibility, but also allows the city the opportunity to say yes or no, because we haven't vetted it.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? Yeah, so could we make that something that the zoning administrator does? Does it have to go to the commission? I mean, when you were listing out your examples, what occurred to me was that we have this whole swath of the city that's in the seismic zone, right? And somebody could be sitting on a parcel where in order to make it work, they need some concession on top of this fault because they're staying low and wide, for instance, and it's not written exactly that way in the code. But why do we have to have a meeting about it? Why can't the zoning administrator approve it?
It could be. My point that I'm getting at is because it is not a incentive or concession that we have previously vetted and that we've previously said we want to approve, that the city should be able to have discretion to approve that piece of it. Heidi.
Just to clarify how the code is written at the moment, which is, as you know, on its face, it clearly applies to AB 1763 projects and then residential zones. But there is a provision that actually sets forth the process for requesting and receiving an incentive and concession that is off menu, because we don't have a very extensive menu, and it would only go to the director as currently written. So that request for the incentive or concession would actually be reviewed and approved or denied by the director as currently written. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you for that clarification. Hey, Jim, I think you were up.
Yep. Okay. So I agree with what I've heard in terms of adding things to this list. I think other ones that we should consider adding on there is averaging. You talked about that earlier, Elisa. I think that's really important. Averaging, whether it's density, floor area, parking, access. If it's on a split zone site, as long as it's all one contiguous site, you should be able to average. And an off menu example would be if you had sites on either side of the street, then maybe you have to ask for an off menu to average density if you want to. That's just an example. There's another one, and I don't know how this is really done in Santa Monica, but in Los Angeles, if I need to do a subdivision related to my affordable project, the city takes my density from any dedications or any improvements that are required, and that limits, or that they take land, and that impacts my density and floor area. So if that is an issue here in Santa Monica, which I'm not sure it is, we should allow for pre-dedicated lot area as an on-menu item. And then the last one that I love that I see in the PSH ordinance in the city right now, it's a 20% reduction on any standard. And I will argue with you that no matter how many people we talk to right now, how many experts we talk to and create the best list, there will be some condition we will not anticipate. And a 20% deviation from it will not kill us and will probably make the project go smoother. So I really urge us to consider that. And that's my comments. I told them, let me just make one thing. And obviously, I'm sure you guys are in deep conversation with CCSM and the architects who build those projects, and the things they see over and over again, you know, we should hear more about. Thank you.
Anyone else want to, Mario?
Yeah, I would like to drill down a little bit on daylight plane. I think daylight plane should be structured in a way that's responsive to orientation. If someone builds a 10-story building behind me that is north of me, has no impact on my light, has no impact on my solar access. But they build that same building south of me, I will never get enough sunlight to have any solar power. So I think daylight plane is not a universal good. It needs to be tweaked in terms of orientation.
Sean?
So I'm going back a couple of years. Help me if my memory is not serving me well. We lost a lot of time and a lot of sleep on 1828 Ocean because we were required to treat that property as facing ocean instead of facing Pico. And if I'm remembering correctly. So this goes back to the minor mods conversation as well. But let's add it to the incentive list. It should be very easy to change the orientation of a corner project or a multi-street project to maximize possible densities for housing. And we spent way too, like that minor thing. I remember, I think it was Ross who was just telling us he had no choice. You know, like they spent hours on this, and there's no reason for that.
Lisa, I have a question, just a factual question. I'm having a kind of a hard time getting my mind around how this is going to work. And someone explained to me today is that if you have a project with AHPP inclusionary units, you then on top of that do the density bonus. Is that correct?
No. It doesn't. There's no double. As I understand it, right? You have to provide 15% for the AHPP.
Right.
That then qualifies you for the density bonus. You do not have to provide another 15% on top of that.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, and another way to think about it is, you know, under the proposal, it would be like 5% very low, 5% low, 5% moderate, right? It is what it breaks down to. That was council's direction. And then, you know, you match that to the density bonus table, you know, in terms of what bonus that might get you. It does not preclude an applicant from pursuing more, you know, in order to get a larger bonus.
So then basically every project with HPP applied to it is a density bonus project. Is that correct?
Correct.
By definition, yes. If you comply with the city's HPP, yeah.
I got it. Okay.
Fun. And just so everybody knows, so what I'm going to propose is let's finish this up. I think we should be able to do it pretty efficiently and quickly here, and then let's take a break, and let's have public comment, and then we'll have our a revisit of each of these to see if there's any changes in what we've discussed.
Okay. Next program is Program 2E, which is affordable housing on city-owned land. We realize we actually, I think, forgot to include it in the report, but it is related to the discussions around ensuring housing feasibility across the city. We're including it here because our assumptions with respect to number of units on city-owned sites, we used, I believe it was like 120 units per acre or something of that nature as part of the suitable sites inventory modeling. So this is, you know, something important. We wouldn't want to just leave it to underlying zoning, you know, which may be less than those assumptions, particularly given council's direction to, you know, prioritize affordable housing on city-owned land. So in terms of the policy question here, really looking at establishing an overlay potentially with special development standards that apply for affordable housing on city-owned sites. And the question here is in terms of, what's the best way to establish those appropriate standards to maximize the production of affordable housing on the sites. I think we've had some we sort of touched on it briefly. I don't think there was comfort with just saying it's, unlimited or, there's no standards on it. But I can provide as reference that our assumptions were about 120 units per acre. And approximately I think it was around 7 or 8 story buildings, was what was kind of assumed in the modeling.
Cool. Does that assume an AB 1763 height increase?
I think that we were, we weren't really kind of building like a base and then adding something to it. It's kind of applying an assumption on it.
Thank you.
And I'm going to step away for a second. Jim, can you take over?
So we've had so in your, trying to figure out how best to ask this question. So when I look at your FAR table, I see, for example, a 3.0 FAR on Main Street. We've had a conversation, for instance, about the parking lots behind Main Street, where, there might be some concern in that particular special commercial district and historic district about trying to preserve I don't mean preserve the surface parking, but put it back at the end of the construction of the housing above the surface parking. Whether or not we require it is a different story. But, when we're talking about thinking about engaging community stakeholders, I think we have to think about the implications of how we do this. I also think that the rules might be a little bit different. I mean, in terms of the incentives and the framework might look different on those parking lots on Main Street from, if we can get our hands on the DMV parking lot at 20th and Colorado, that we could go bigger there. We could go much bigger there without anybody really noticing because it's surrounded by larger buildings on 3 sides. So what I'm getting at is how do we have this conversation in a way that is sensitive to the context in which each of those publicly owned parcels finds itself, and not just the land use considerations, but the staging considerations. So, for example, we would not want to put up, let's say we decided to do the parking lots on Main Street, we wouldn't want to take all those parking lots offline at the same time. That would be a terrible idea for sustaining the businesses on Main Street. So those are the questions that I have. I don't have good answers, but I would love to see a process that is responsive to the specific needs of the communities surrounding each site so that we can maximize the housing potential and minimize the impact on the neighborhood.
Commissioner Fresco.
And furthermore, I totally agree with what Sean said, and I just wanted to add that because some of these sites, like Main Street, would have a replacement parking thing, that might already put it out of feasibility for a 100% affordable housing project that is getting public funding and so forth. I mean, I know they get the boost of the land, but that might also be, I don't know how these things works, if that will impact the amount of money they get. So, I didn't think that all of those sites belonged on the list, but certainly some sort of mitigation for context would be an appropriate approach since they got on the list. That's all I have to say on that.
Lisa, you can take back over. I don't see anybody's over.
I say there needs to be, it's because it is public, I think you have to balance the need for affordability with the processing speed with the fact that it is public land. So I think there needs to be public process for these projects, doing public hearings and community meetings. Okay, anything else? Moving on.
Moving on to program 4A, which is allowing multi-unit housing where it is currently prohibited. So this is adding multi-unit housing as a permitted use in non-residential zones where it's currently not a permitted use. So this includes the office campus district, the industrial conservation district, creative conservation sector, which is in the Bergamot area plan, and the civic center district. So some policy questions here. Should there be locational and housing type limitations for housing projects with consideration to environmental factors, such as the freeway? We just noted there that within the draft EIR, it already does require a study of health risk mitigations in designated areas based on environmental factors. It's not just a set distance. Second question is, should the maximum cap on housing units be removed in the Civic Center specific plan? Currently, the cap there is set. It basically accommodated the village housing project across from City Hall, and so that's all the housing that could be within the Civic Center specific plan. Should that cap be increased or removed to allow that possibility? If you had other property owners that were interested in pursuing housing. And should housing be permitted in the Civic Center zone, not part of a mixed-use district, and on the ground floor? And finally, should housing be permitted by right in the creative conservation sector zone in the Bergamot area plan?
Jing, on the first question, the first issue that you need an HRA, a health risk assessment for certain requirements. So you're saying that is a mitigation measure in the EIR that will be applied to other housing projects?
That's right. Rachel, can you confirm? Is that correct? It's for all housing projects as long as they meet those particular areas that are based on environmental factors?
Yes, there's a map in the EIR that actually has shows the areas that where housing projects will be required to have. It's not a full health risk assessment. It's more of a memorandum to demonstrate that whatever features they're proposing in the projects would mitigate against potential health risks.
Thank you. Who wants to start? Does anyone have any? I can start. Yes, there should be locational limitations. We should definitely require an HRA if you're closer to the freeway. I think that there are definitely mitigation measures that can minimize those risks, and we need to make sure that they get put in. I don't have a real opinion about the Civic Center, to be quite honest with you. I mean, I kind of feel like since we're going to be using a lot of land for affordable housing in other areas, we should sort of maintain our city land that we can use for other municipal uses. And so I guess I kind of lean towards, but I do want to see us allowing housing in other zones that it's currently not allowed. Anyone else want to speak to this one? Nina and then Jim.
Obviously, we need to make sure that projects include mitigations that protect people from the freeway and so forth. But I think that we should have freer or different standards for some of the new kinds of housing that appear in these places because there's lots of different kinds of housing that we need that we're not getting. Artist housing, live work housing, just different kinds of housing. You know, we don't want to live in a city that looks the same on every street. We want to live in a place where there's different options for different people who are doing different things. We talked about that in the past, so I don't think that's a new idea. As far as the Civic Center, well, there's a big area right next to the auditorium that would be great for housing. Sorry. But yeah, there may be other areas in the Civic Center as well. I think that if housing were proposed there, it could be an opportunity to help us with the Civic Auditorium. I can't help but bring that back up. I think that marrying it to a project within the Civic Center that would enable both kinds of uses to coexist is a huge lost opportunity that maybe we can bring back in any way.
Jim?
Yeah, I think, I'm all in favor of requiring studies for locating housing near environmental concerns. So I think that is important, and I urge us not to be too restrictive on the locations. If somebody can prove that they have mitigations, they should be able to move forward with a project. And then, then I look at I want to just comment on bullet point 3. I do think that housing should be permitted, even if it's not part of a mixed use, and should be on the ground floor. But again, the caveat is they need to have doors on the streets to really kind of activate that frontage. Those are my comments.
Commissioner Landros.
Briefly, I think that, the 10 freeway west of Lincoln is a very different story from the 10 freeway east of Lincoln. So in terms of the studies, yes, I'm in favor of studying the mitigations, but I'm not in favor of doing studies for the sake of studies. If we know that, for instance, west of Lincoln, there is, there's evidence that the health risks are far, far lower, and we know what can be done in terms of windows and HEPA filters. I think we should just require those and move on. I don't want to slow down. I don't want to introduce a new excuse to slow down housing. And if we think it's unsafe east of Lincoln, we should say as much and move on. The next thing to say related to that is I am concerned that we not completely eviscerate the city's ability to generate revenue through commercial and industrial activity. I really don't want to do that. I want to have more housing. I think we could have more housing. But I'm a little bit concerned on just sort of opening up the floodgates to say, yeah, we can put housing anywhere. Not because I don't think there shouldn't, I can't make the case for housing in any one zone. I'm sure there's plenty of appropriate housing locations in all of our zones. The problem is if it all goes to housing, what does that do to our tax base and to our economic strength? And so I'm worried about that, and I would ask staff, to the extent that you're going to come back to us with suggestions for permitting housing in some of these zones, that you have gone through that sort of tax-based exercise before you make the recommendation, and that we have some confidence that our decision will not lead to unintended consequences. Again, I'm asking the question, what could go wrong? And then lastly, when it comes to the Civic, there have been some beautiful, renovations. I'm thinking of in the city of Košice, where my wife is from. They took an old army barracks and created a situation where you have these like art museums and performance spaces, and then around the edge there's some really awesome housing. There's a science museum there. There's a library there. It's really amazing. And so, to what Nina was saying, if we could do something really cool and beautiful, and innovative, let's do it. But again, I wouldn't want to lose. I would love to see the Civic come back to life at some level.
Anyone else? Or shall we move on? Let's move on.
Okay, program 4B. We've somewhat discussed this already, which is about revising development standards to incentivize housing projects. So this is setting FARs at appropriate levels to accommodate the amount of affordable housing that the city desires. So that's something that is going to be done throughout the city based on the HRNA modeling. And policy questions here really have to do with, how can we address some of these development standards that are barriers to housing. And we've listed here just some of the ideas that have come out of the public correspondence that has been received for the Commission's discussion. And then specifically, we called out the IC and the OC districts, the industrial conservation and the office campus districts here, that if multifamily or multi-unit dwellings are going to be introduced as a permitted use, what are some standards? All of those typical standards that are for housing in other zones are not there, obviously, because they've never had housing before. So what are some of those new standards for housing that should be included? We've provided here, one thing we didn't see, a standard that was missing in those zones was had to do with outdoor space. So whether it's private outdoor space, in exclusive use of a unit or common space is a standard that is not currently in those particular zoning districts.
I feel like it is related to a lot of the conversations we've already had in terms of what are the incentives that we want to provide. So I think, in my opinion, I think a lot of what we already talked about is also informative for this. But let's hear from other commissioners. Who wants to start us off? Anyone? Commissioner Fresco.
I'm just going to say what I said before about thinking about these shared open spaces. I'm not talking about private open spaces, but shared open spaces as opportunities for more FAR and more units in the same sized buildings that aren't hollowed out. I just really feel like we're overdoing it with that, and we could have more units.
Thank you. Commissioner Liam Burt.
I just want to raise 2 points that were in Hank Koenig's letter, and I'm not sure if that's already happened, but I don't think so. One is how we handle compact parking. I think the current code is requires the distribution throughout the parking structure, and his position is that's not the most efficient way to do it. And so I would encourage staff to look at what his comment was on that. And basically what he's saying is to eliminate that requirement. And then the other issue, and I know it's very sensitive, but it's not, shouldn't be avoided just because of that. And that's the fire code threshold. As you know, Santa Monica's fire code requirements trigger at 55 feet in height. And we are unusual in that way. LA, Beverly Hills, Culver City, probably many, many other jurisdictions set that at 75 feet, which is what the state building code stipulates. So, I don't want to just put this away because our fire chief doesn't agree with it. I would really like to hear the rationale for it because it does add cost to housing. Hank's estimate is about $10 a square foot in construction cost, and when you add financing and permits and fees on that, it's probably about $15 a square foot for the development. So I think it's worth exploring. I want to hear the rationale. I don't know how other commissioners feel, but I think it's important.
Commissioner Landros.
So I'd add the street orientation issue to this list that I mentioned earlier. And I also, if we're looking at Hank Koenig's letter and we're looking outside, especially if we're looking at outside the downtown, he made a reference to a passenger loading space issue. which we may want to take a look at as well. It's right up there with compact parking as things that are expensive that don't, unless we are misunderstanding something, don't make a lot of sense as they're currently written. He's also suggesting that the common open space requirement be revised to be covered in the building code, or that is already covered in the building code and the ADA. So there's a 2% slope issue that is written in the code that we could eliminate.
Yeah, I've definitely heard the slope thing before multiple times, and Paula Larimore in her letter also has some very specific suggestions about the minimum and maximum ground floor height standards, which I know we've talked a lot about tonight, the unit mix. She also has an interesting thought about whether or not there can be some kind of like transfer of height or FAR or other kind of like program. So in the city of Beverly Hills, there's a program called the Historic Incentives Program, and it allows for projects that have, well, this is slightly different but similar, that are historic resources, that they can basically come in and apply for modifications to the building that would allow them to utilize the space on a historic building. I think also you could add into that program some kind of like, if you preserve the building, then you can transfer some kind of credit, whether it be an FAR credit or a density credit, to another site, so like a TPAR program. And then she also notes that we should obtain feedback from local architects in terms of what other standards, which I think is a great idea. And Jen, you talked about that earlier, about going back to one of our committees. So I think that's a good idea. Anyone else? Okay, we're almost done. Thanks. With this piece, anyway.
Great. And then program 4C, which is parking lots of religious congregations. Just a reminder, what we will be doing here is, per state law, parking replacement is not required. Council direction on this was a 50% limit on market rate units, and properties located within residential and commercial zones. So we would encompass all the zones. But I think the important thing there is the flexibility in terms of allowing at least half of these units to be market rate units, but to also facilitate the affordable housing. So the question here is really, should these surface parking lots be given special development standards separate from their underlying district to help facilitate the housing development? Examples of what that might be include parcel coverage and FAR, height, density, and parking. Acknowledging that a lot of these parking lots are really in the middle of our residential neighborhoods. So if they had the underlying district standards, it may make it a challenge for these projects to occur.
I'm going to start us off here, and the answer is yes. We should have special standards. They should both take into account the scale and the reality of the existing neighborhood, and also how the religious building relates to and is sited next to the housing. I've had a couple of projects with this, and we've had to go seek not variances but modifications because of how the religious building sits and what the existing conditions are, and you're trying. Nina, and then Leslie.
I'm a little perplexed by this question just because how is this different from A-lots? And, we're just trying to incentivize housing. They might want to do replacement parking, which we certainly want to allow, and they may have an existing building to work around. So why is this any different from that, and why are we looking at it differently?
So the difference here is on those A lots, it's probably a lighter touch on those. It's really just we're not touching anything to do with the underlying zoning. In this case, because these projects are essentially going to be potentially 50% affordable housing, it could be more than that. It could be up to 100 or even greater than that. It's just up to 50% of them could be market rate housing. So the economics are a little different. And in discussions with religious congregations that are starting to explore this idea, they are financially challenged as well. There's a willingness to provide their land and partner with nonprofits if it fits, with their mission. But given the nature of the projects that, are being set out here, they're not 100% market rate with a smaller percentage of affordable. These are projects that could be substantially affordable, and so, but they may not quite meet the same standard as your 100% affordable housing projects, that would otherwise qualify for all the incentives that are in the code for them. So this is like sort of somewhere in the middle. So that's the distinction between the surface parking lots. You're right, it sounds similar, but it's different in terms of the project type that might result from it, and the kinds of relief that they might need to make it feasible.
So basically, we're providing special zoning for a special subgroup of developers who say they want to do a different kind of mix than everybody else says they want to do. Is that right?
Right. Yeah, I think that if there was interest in pursuing kind of special standards, this would be like an overlay, just specific
Right.
to parking lots associated with religious congregations.
Let's see. I'm sorry, Commissioner Fusco, do you have more?
Yeah, on one hand, I think it's fantastic and they want to do all this extra affordable housing, but it does feel a little bit like custom zoning because I just feel a little discomfort. It just doesn't feel quite as even-handed as I feel like we should be, even though I get it. I just don't feel quite comfortable. That's all.
Okay, Commissioner Lambert, then Commissioner Landros, then Commissioner Raskin.
But this is not zoning, it's actually inclusionary housing requirements, so it's kind of distinction is that. I find, and I'm totally supportive of this, I thought the 50% market rate units was a little odd, unless that somehow is necessary for project feasibility. But I would imagine if a nonprofit like CCSM stepped in, they would not do that. They would do 100% affordable and use their leveraging resources to do that. So I just find the 50% weird, but if that's what is going to work, that's fine. And then I'm sure that religious institutions are aware of this, but I would hate to see these guys going by themselves on a development. I've seen so many of those fail. I would assume they're going to be joint venturing with an experienced developer, but that's, I guess, really not our business. So thanks.
Landros. Commissioner Landros?
Muted here. Okay, so I have some familiarity with this. Let me just raise a few issues I think we ought to consider, and I also think the Housing Authority and the Housing Commission ought to consider. So one issue, I'm just going to name it because I think there's probably a separation of church and state issue here if we're really doing a carve-out for religious congregations. We probably should be doing a carve-out for like nonprofits or something, of which religious congregations are part, but I'm a little weirded out by just doing religious congregations. The second piece is one of the concerns in terms of financing these projects is that the incentive for producing projects such as these is not limited to the mission incentive of building the housing. There is also the benefit, and I think this is sort of where I don't know. I think I understand what council was trying to do. What I think some of these churches and some of these congregations may want is the 25 to 33% ground floor non-residential that they may be able to get financed if it's attached to 100% affordable. That's super appealing, right? Because if you're outgrowing your office space, if you can move some offices across the way, that's a really good thing. So one of the special development standards that I would want to consider is let's look at what flexibility we can give to those projects in the ground floor, in the ground floor non-residential portion, if this is not a literally top to bottom 100% residential project. And I think there's a sensitivity there in the in residential areas, right? In the R2, I would want to give them the opportunity to put some of their office on underneath the housing, even if that's not strictly 100% residential use. The other issues that I would kind of go to the Housing Commission on this is some of these parking lots are so directly next to the congregations that they may not want to be totally tied to the city's affordable housing list. That is to say, they may want to have some proportion of those housing units be under their control to be able to house some of their congregants who may qualify as affordable, or may qualify for affordable housing, maybe in that gap that we don't know about, which is again what the 50% limit may end up going toward, is sort of market rate units, depending on how they finance it. So I'd like to see a conversation about the best way to address that issue. And then the other is they may need, for a variety of reasons, for example, having to do with on-site childcare, to be able to impose additional limits on who can live there. This is way outside of our lane, but I do want to ask staff before these kind of proposals are baked all together to really check with the Housing Authority and the Housing Commission on what those permissible rules, because I think the land use issues are important, particularly around what they can do on the ground floor, but also what they're able to do with the units that they're building will also be very important, given the way that they're doing that. And I think that's about what I have. I would love to incentivize moderate rate units below 200% AMI. Again, I understand the 50% limit on market rate units. I don't know how that gets financed. I think it gets financed as 100% affordable, but that's just me.
I have one final question. Sean, I think your tenant selection question goes far beyond the Housing Authority or the Housing Commission and enters fair housing law.
Yeah, I'm sure it does, actually. Yeah. It needs to be studied. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I jumped the gun earlier talking about how we need a public financing commitment to make these types of projects possible. But look, I mean, we've all expressed support, I think, for trying to get administrative approvals for 100% affordable housing. 50% affordable housing projects is not too bad. So, to the extent that we can get some sort of administrative approval for these projects specifically, I think we should do that.
Okay, anyone else? Okay. Move on.
Okay, and the last one, I'm not sure it's really a discussion point. It's just
I don't think
we're doing it. We have to add it. So low barrier navigation centers.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is? What is that?
It was a brand new term to us as well, so we needed help from our colleagues in human services. And I'm probably going to butcher this, but it was explained to us that it's basically like a greater version of a shelter. It's kind of like an emergency shelter, but greater connection to, it's like something between an emergency shelter and what would be the next step in housing. So something beyond that.
Now, it sounds like transitional housing.
Something like, yeah, it's like an emergency shelter with more services.
Right, Leslie, but that's the 1980s.
for our
We don't
next-
do transitional housing anymore, so we have to have a new name for it.
Jing, how about when we next come back to talk about it, if you could provide us a bit of a more robust definition?
Sure. Yeah.
That'd be great, if you can find one. Commissioner Fata Bernardi, did you have another question or comment? You're muted, so I actually can't read hear what you're saying.
Sorry, I'll say some questions and thoughts for our final discussion.
Okay, so the time is 8:43. Let's come back at 8:50, and we will do public comment. And we have 7 speakers. Is that right, Wendy?
We had 6. 3 have dropped out, but they might come back by the time we do public comment.
Okay. And how long is each person going to have?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, we'll see you all at 7:50. Thank you, everyone, for returning so promptly. Sorry to the public who has to watch me eat, but start in just a minute. Give Jim one more minute. Okay, and we're back. The time is 8:50, so let's start again. Now let's take public comment.
Okay, we're going to start with, I have Jackson McNeil. I'm going to be unmuting you now, Jackson. Welcome to the meeting, Jackson. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jackson McNeil. I'm an attorney with Harding, Larmore, Kutcher, and Kozel. I wanted to briefly take us back to Program 1A regarding streamlined approvals for housing projects. And I want to suggest a couple of ideas that might make the administrative approval process faster and more predictable. First, we think that the zoning ordinance should include a deadline for city staff to process AA applications. Right now, the zoning ordinance doesn't have any deadline for processing AAs, and the city's position is that the Permit Streamlining Act does not apply. So there really isn't any deadline, and there isn't any state law or city ordinance that an applicant can point to push an AA housing project along. And one of the big issues with the current AA process is just how long it takes. Even when everything goes right, it can easily take 2 years to get from application to building permit. First, you have to file a demo permit application, which can take 30 days just to deem complete. Then you have to wait 75 days to file the AA application. So that's 105 days before you even get to file the AA application. Then planning has to process the AA application, and then you've got ARB and plan check and so forth. And all of that adds time and cost and unpredictability. And I obviously appreciate that you have significant staff limitations, but imposing a deadline for one or more stages of this process for housing projects would make the process faster and more predictable, and it could also make it more attractive to do a housing project over a commercial one. And I just quickly note, I think it was mentioned before, this is not a new idea. The pre-2015 zoning ordinance required the city to issue a written determination on an AA within 90 days, and something like that should be in the code going forward. Second, we think that an AA application for a housing project should only be subject to the standards and ordinances that were in effect at the time that the application was filed. As I previously mentioned, it can take 2 years to get from application to building permit, and in California, the common law rule is that projects don't gain vesting protections until they get a building permit and actually start work. So if a project doesn't have any sort of protections against changes in the law, that adds a lot of risk and unpredictability. During those 2 years, development standards could change. You might have to redesign the project, or there could be new fees or higher fees, which adds cost, et cetera. So a local ordinance locking in rules in effect at the time that the AA was filed would reduce risk and add predictability. And I just want to note that, we believe that the Housing Accountability Act already provides this protection for housing projects, but we also understand that there have been some questions as to whether the HAA only applies to discretionary projects, not ministerial ones. And to the extent there is any ambiguity, adopting a local ordinance, locking in the rules for AA housing projects would resolve that ambiguity and ensure a predictable process. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions for Mr. Jackson, or for Jackson before he? Wendy, can you email the public who dropped off and just let them know that we are doing public comment now?
Yes, I will right away.
Thank you so much. Okay, who's next?
Next is Lee Kaplan.
Thank you.
Lee,
Hi, Mr. Kaplan.
You're unmuted. You have 3 minutes to speak. You're in the meeting. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lee Kaplan. I'm also an attorney with Harding, Larmore, Kutcher, and Kozel. And my comments are informed by our firm's work on housing projects in Santa Monica. I'd also like to address one of the questions raised in tonight's staff report with regard to Program 1A, whether housing projects that request modifications or waivers should be processed through an administrative approval. Yes, projects requesting modifications and waivers should absolutely be processed by administrative approval. Given the complex and detailed nature of the city's municipal code, almost all projects of any significant size and many smaller projects require some form of modification or waiver. Failure to apply administrative approval to these projects would greatly limit the effectiveness of the administrative approval process and would significantly increase the time, cost, and risk associated with such projects, or result in poor or worse design because the architect is required to force conformance with the code. Additionally, housing projects that require modifications and waivers, which are specifically contemplated by the code, showing that it was anticipated that not all projects would be able to comply with such standards, would in our opinion be considered code compliant and eligible for streamlining. The simplest way for the city to address issues related to modifications and waivers would be to eliminate unnecessary standards that do more harm than good for housing projects, specifically prohibitions on ground floor residential uses. Such prohibitions block needed housing in favor of retail storefronts or other commercial space for which there may be little demand at a particular location. Street-fronting homes can help us add housing during a housing crisis and provide another price point for mixed-income housing developments. Where modifications or waivers are still required, many, if not all of them, should be allowed by right for housing projects. This would both facilitate housing and incentivize it over commercial development. The city should also solicit feedback from architects with experience in Santa Monica to determine the heights that would be necessary to accommodate the housing elements proposed new FARs. We have heard from various professionals that the heights proposed in the May HRNA report for many districts are not sufficient to accommodate the proposed FARs when design standards such as minimum open space are taken into account. A more expansive application of the administrative approval process and sufficient heights to accommodate increased FARs are important to achieving the goals of the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Next up.
Next up is Hank Koenig. Mr. Koenig, you're off mute. You're in the meeting and you have 3 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Koenig?
Hang on, try that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Great. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Thank you for having the staff presentation and your discussion before the public testimony. I enjoyed your discussion and maybe realised that you understood the things that I put in my letter, so I'm not going through those, but I can answer some questions you may have. But I would like to add a couple of items for consideration. Open space was mentioned. Commissioner Fresco said, well, the donut open spaces aren't very good. Maybe that should have more housing. Commissioner Reese said we need open space. I agree with both of those sentiments. And we've done a number of projects where we've used the rooftop as open space. 500 Broadway is an example. We did a project in West Hollywood, but there's a limitation that common open space is limited to 20%. I'd like to see that removed. The beauty of open space on a roof is it has less acoustic noise impacts to the adjacent user, be it on the project or surrounding buildings. And the other item is the daylight plane. I think it's important to keep this. I suspect that the reason you're getting some requests to violate the daylight plane is because they don't have additional height. And that's an area where they can get more FAR in. I agree with Fonda Bernardi that, yes, on one side the street's different, but it's just daylight coming in to the building. It may not be direct sunlight, but that's a benefit. I would rather see additional height on a building that's on the boulevard side and keep the daylight plane for the benefit of the adjacent residential uses. I do think we need a bit of to clarify some things about are any projections allowed above the daylight plane, such things as glass guardrails or open guardrails, things like that. The code's very not very clear in that regard. So those are just a couple of items that I thought I'd love to see included in items for discussion as you move forward. Thank you.
Oh, wait, hold on, Hank. Don't go anywhere. Commissioner or Vice Chair Reese.
Thank you very much for your letter, Hank. It was very informative as always with you. I have a question for you about rooftop open space. We certainly see that used an awful lot these days. Can you talk to me a little bit about challenges with rooftop open space and high-rise limits at 55 feet? Is there a
Well, clearly, there is a concern there that way, and I did a little research on this. Apparently, Irvine used to have the same 55-foot height for high-rise, and they removed that. I'm not sure when. I know, but the California code is quite clear at 75 feet. I'm not sure why Santa Monica's is lower. I don't know if it means we have shorter ladders or whatnot. So it is an impact to doing it for open space, although some jurisdictions interpret rooftop users as not being a level that contributes to that high-rise definition. However, I believe Santa Monica does. So it is something that is a bit of an impediment in terms of housing. I understand that, you know, doing three-story houses, three-story buildings means net zero is easier to achieve, but since California has a lot of green power, it may be best to have a bit more density rather than having, you know, much more urban sprawl into the desert. So I think the height's a good thing to have, or the flexibility of the height, since we're such a jobs-rich, transportation-rich community.
Okay, so you were just alluding to there's a trade-off between having a building that's 100% net zero, and having density near jobs and transit. That there could be a balancing act there.
Well, the problem is that we look at buildings in isolation, but what we need to do is look at things holistically. The impact of driving. Driving is the biggest carbon generator for most people, and so if it results in more driving, unless you're driving a Tesla and, you know, you're charging it with green power. But still, driving has an impact. It takes up roads, and it does cause pollution from the tires. Yeah, I think, you know, we have to look at that whole issue of climate change, of greenhouse gas emission, sort of holistically.
Great. And then I have one last question for you. I struggle a little bit with your concern about the relationship of the retail floor to the sidewalk, and I'm not a big fan of the sunken. What is your issue and what's your solution?
I hate the sunken, but you know, we've had to seek this modification for the Arroyo housing project, affordable housing project. We had to do it for 1828. In the case of 1828, we would have, to comply with the code, have had a sunken cafe level from Pico, because Ocean Park Boulevard sloped so much, but it didn't slope 10%. 10% is a lot. 5% slope over 100 feet makes it hard to do a single level retail store that complies with that. And as I mentioned in the letter, when we have a slope site, we usually put the floor slab low, and then if the store is demised into smaller stores, they can easily build the floor up so it has a level door opening. Trust me, developers don't want to have sunken things either, because the ramps just take up space, and it doesn't make a particularly, you know, rentable store. I mean, you're losing square footage with the ramps and stuff like that. So, but at the moment, it's just a little bit too restrictive. Either they want the store level entrance, and any slope. We assume the zoning code's assuming that, you know, Santa Monica's flat, but
okay.
Those of us who ride a bike, so those of us who ride a bike go, no, it's not. So.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thanks, Hank.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Good night.
Good night.
That's all we have for now. I have emailed the other speakers who were previously in queue, and I haven't seen any pop back in.
Okay, and I believe one of those speakers was from HLKK, so those of you from HLKK, you may also communicate with your colleague about that? Okay. So at this point, I'm going to suggest that we go back. So Ross, we're going to need the slides again, and I am going to summarize what I think I heard from the commission, and you can disagree with me. Totally fine. I'm not trying to put words into your mouth, but kind of where I think we landed on some consensus, understanding that folks may have some other input. Wendy, did you have something else? No. Okay.
No.
Okay. I saw you pop up. Okay. So Ross, can you put up, Commissioner Fresco.
Is this a situation where we're trying to get consensus?
No, I guess it's not. But no, I don't think we do. I think we're providing our input to staff and to the city council, and I think to the extent we have consensus, that should be noted, and to the extent we don't, that's okay too.
Well, maybe we have to reiterate everything that we said already, since we've already said it all, and staff was listening. I mean, do we have to, I don't know. I mean, you can do it if you want. I can stay awake for another hour, but.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know me, I like things to be very efficient. But there was some concern about, wanting to be able to speak after the public spoke. And so I want to try to summarize it very quickly. And if there's additional input that people want to give on particular programs, I'd like them to do that. Commissioner Landris.
So listening to the public comment, there was, unless I misheard, and having read the written comment, we've covered just about everything that was mentioned, except for the question of a time limit. And so what I'd like to do is ask staff for a response to the input on the time limit or the time expectations. There was also a question about vesting. I'm inclined to leave things the way I'll just say I'm inclined to leave things the way they are and not advance the vesting to the time of application. But there may be disagreement there. I would like to hear from staff because on the time limit issue, because at the very least, we know that this is a matter of frustration across a whole host of things. We know it's a matter of frustration for staff as well. And I would like to say that if we don't impose time limits, I would at the very least like to see regular reporting on how long things take to get processed so that we have some, we can actually look at what's taking so long. But I'd love to hear.
Jing, before you speak, just give me a minute. So let's just talk procedurally for a second. I think that Commissioner Fresco's suggestion was a good one, but I want to poll the commission on that. Do we feel comfortable talking through the public comments and answering questions, and then maybe giving folks an opportunity that if there are particular programs they still want to speak on, to allow them to do that, but not to repeat everything?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that. So apologies, Jane, if you could please address Sean's question.
Sure. So regarding the time limit issue, that's really something that has very strong relationship to available staff resources. But when you talk about entitlement processing, from an applicant's perspective, which we understand, they think of it from the time that they first conceived of a project, right? Even before an application is submitted to the city. And I think what we've seen is, there's time that the city needs to review projects. Some of these are not simple, right? You're talking about brand new construction. Every site is a little bit different. They're going to be, different, whether it's access concerns, which is probably typically where we spend a lot of time discussing actually. There's 13 different departments, I think, that review plans and have standards that apply to projects in the city. Quite separately from this, we are undergoing a kind of permitting systems overview overhaul. We have a permitting efficiency audit that we've done. It wasn't focused on these larger projects. It was largely focused on small business and residential permitting, but we feel that any of the work and improvements that happen there will naturally permeate through the system. That being said, with respect to entitlement processing, there's two aspects of it. One is the city's review and one is the applicant review. And oftentimes I think what we see is, plans that come in, they don't comply. They basically, a lot of that time may be spent with an applicant in terms of revisions or what have you, or not, demonstrating compliance in the appropriate way. So it's not all, if you put a time frame in there, that is just beginning to end and not accounting for that kind of thing. That's challenging for us. I would be I just don't think I could put our staff, our division in that position of guaranteeing a time frame with the resources and the staffing that we have. I can say that, when administrative projects come in, they are absolutely worked on. They're not just put aside into nowhere. If they come in, they're reviewed. And again, the review isn't dependent only on us. We have some divisions where it's only one person doing the review. And so, whether it's when you have, many departments reviewing it, and if one division is significantly short-staffed or what have you, that holds up the project, right? So that's something we're comprehensively looking at, and it's not just with respect to housing; it's permitting across our system. So, I think what we could look at here is we're doing the best we can in terms of at least removing the public hearing aspect of it, and keeping it as much at the staff level. And we obviously have, some of this is the simpler you make the code, and the clearer those objective standards are, the easier it is for staff to do the review and for applicants to understand how to make it comply. But we have the values we have, and our code is a reflection, of the community and the many requirements we have. So.
Yeah, I for one would like to see, that's all totally understandable, and we don't want to put staff in a position, right, that it's not comfortable, or, but I think that there is something that is an in-between point here, and that is to look at that timelines run from when an application is deemed complete, because, and I know that's a permit streamlining provision that's not typically for administrative or ministerial projects, and staff shouldn't be expected to work their butts off and get to some timeline when the applicant isn't doing what they're supposed to be doing. So I, for one, would like to see it tied to that there is a review that happens with administrative projects, just like there is for discretionary projects, that it happens within a time certain, maybe that's 30 days. And then once the application is complete, then I think we have to move it through. I'd like to hear from other commissioners. Commissioner Lambert.
I just want to say I am not at all satisfied with there is no resolution of the vesting question, in my opinion. And I know we're not supposed to be talking about it, but it's very critical for Accountability Act projects to not vest until building permit, because they could become not subject to the Accountability Act between then and the building permit, and then they bounce back to DRP. So unless people are waiting for SB 8 to pass, or there's something going on internally I don't know, I'm not at all happy with the current vesting situation.
Okay, but Leslie, I think we're talking about two different things. So,
I'm bringing up the other thing that I brought up.
Okay, so I like the idea also of potentially having vesting vest, as it were, when applications are deemed complete. The question of pre-application under SB 330, which I think very much applies to ministerial projects because that's what the law says, is, I think, the question that you're getting at. Commissioner Reese, I think you had your hand up, and then Commissioner Landry.
Yeah, I think SB 330 solves our vesting issue if we look at that, but I'm talking about really want to talk about the timelines. And as a land use consultant, I would be remiss not to say we absolutely need timelines to push these projects along. However, we have short staff, and I see what happens is staff then they work on hold letters and say, they tell me a million reasons why I'm inconsistent because it helps to slow them down and get to their work. So I do think we need some timelines, but they have to be very realistic with this staff is just, they have a very thin staff and they cannot do things quickly and efficiently. I don't mean that they can't do it efficiently. They can't do it quickly is what I meant. So we have to be really careful. We have to find some middle ground, as you pointed out.
Commissioner Landris.
Yeah, I am very sympathetic to everything that Jing said, and I think it's absolutely relevant. But just want to kind of highlight two things, which is you said there are 13 departments that touch a housing application, and you mentioned that a lot of the time is spent on access issues. And so I would renew my request for reporting for data collection, because I think that if we can, we have seen, for example, I've seen like the county with regional planning, with processing at the county, they've gone from, weeks to days because they have a system in place that integrates who touches an application and how, and what it takes to get through plan check. I think if we started to measure some of those timelines and have some transparency, we could actually we could be more effective advocates for staffing resources, where we say there's a pain point here, let's close it, let's close this gap, and we also can be better advocates both for staff and for the public with respect to where the barriers and the delays really are occurring. So I would request that if we're not going to do timelines, that we at least do some data capture so that we can understand what goes into a review and see where there are opportunities to streamline the process and to support you in all the ways that you need support to make that happen. Because we know you want this stuff off your desk as quickly as the applicant does. You just want it done well.
Commissioner Fresco.
I think Jing said that they're already doing that. They have an efficiency expert working, and I support what Jing said, and I'm not going to say but after it. I think that it is what it is, and we should move on.
Okay, so does anyone else want to speak to this issue?
Could I ask a question about what the scope of these timelines would be, or what the legal effect of missing a timeline would be in this discussion? If
I'm suggesting no legal effect.
Okay.
I'm suggesting no legal effect. I'm suggesting public reporting of the timelines so that people have more knowledge, and that so that there's more, because there's the public, there's a sense, I think, from the project that things take forever, but that may not be true, right? Because it may be that applicants are slowing things down, or that things are going really fast and then there's a bottleneck somewhere. So the idea is, a little sunlight maybe helps everybody be a better advocate, and also helps us advocate for our resources.
But what's the point of having a timeline if it doesn't have any consequence?
There's no point.
And Heidi, I think that's a great question, and I don't know that I am to the point of saying that if you miss the timeline, it's deemed approved. I think that is pretty, that's a little much. So I don't have a good suggestion for you this very minute. I'm going to think about it.
No, I appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure that I understood the scope of the discussion. Thank you.
The other things I heard from Hank Koenig, or for public comment that we didn't already talk about, was that he did also mention adding into, I guess it could be incentives, or I guess it could just be a change to the code, the rooftop open space, and the clarification of the daylight plane. So I want to throw those out for discussion if anybody wants to talk about those.
Well, I've already talked about it twice, but I really think that we are wasting a lot of space on every parcel with these shared amenities with big screen TVs and concrete when every unit also has a balcony. So that's just me.
I was really asking the specific question about rooftop open space and whether it should be limited in the percentage that you can provide. What he was saying.
I think rooftop open space should definitely count to the full extent of the law, as it were. It is open space and it meets this huge standard that we require that is really having a huge impact on the way our city looks and in our urban design. And we have to really take that seriously. Changes, the way these zoning rules, it's not just about feasibility, it's urban design and it's livability of the city. And, well, yeah, we have to add more height to make it feasible, but I think we really have to think about other ways of making it feasible. And we have a huge untapped resource. And it might be trendy now, but not every building needs that. And we need lots of residents who are going to be using our parks to dilute the concentration of vagrants in the parks so they feel like real spaces. We do have a lot of people who are unhoused who are using our parks for a lot of other things. The fact is that in cities, parks always have some people like that in them. And the more other people, regular park users, are there, the less impact they have on all of us and the more vibrant space the park is. So we need to get people out of those buildings and into the parks.
Commissioner Lambert.
My only comment, and then I'll stop, is that I encourage rooftop common space, but I would hope that it not count toward the 55-foot fire code threshold requirement. It should not count, and I think according to Hank, it does currently, and it should not.
Okay, so I think let's do one last round if folks want to provide any additional comments on any of the programs. Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi.
Yeah, I have 3 things that we haven't covered yet, but I think it would be good to add to the mix. One is, and this fits under more work for staff, but they're doing all the work already, and that's the idea that, and that was item 2H and 3C, which had to do with monitoring housing production. So what I would like to see is every other month we get a little spreadsheet, a little dashboard that says, this is the number of units that were approved, this is the number of units that were demolished, and this is the housing mix, affordable versus, market rate. And we're always, so if you're not measuring things regularly, you can't monitor how you're doing. Because we've really added a lot of new players here and a lot of new levers and gears that have to turn properly. And it'd be interesting to see how soon these things start working. And that over the year, you would see every 2 months you get a report. And we would see it as part, it's just like the director's report. This year, our team did this. Next year, we're doing that. And it should be on 2 levels. One is permits issued, and one is a certificate of occupancy issued. So we see what was permitted and what was actually built. And then over time, we would see how we were doing. And if we had to do any mid-flight corrections, we could do that. But if we're not keeping our eye on that ball, if we don't know what the score is, then it tends to fall in the background and then new crises take up all the oxygen. If this is the decade of housing or the 8 years of housing, then we need to be looking at it regularly, not just every 4 years or every 2 years. It has to be more current than that. So that's the first thing. Second thing is we do have item 3E and 3G, which is low-income residential repair loans. And I would like to prioritize that any of those loans that are of that kind that we can manage to put together, they should be prioritized through seismic retrofit, because that's where we could lose a lot of our housing very quickly and undo decades and years of people's work. in one short burst. So that's, I think, a priority. And the last thing is we have put together a market basket here of things to do in terms of providing affordable housing and housing in general. And I think there's a parallel market basket that we really haven't been talking about, but we've been nibbling around the edges. And that's our sustainability market basket. We have some parts already in place. We have some water regulations, but we don't have a tree ordinance yet. We don't have a solar access ordinance yet. And those are two things that do intersect with planning, which is solar access and trees. And I think that at some point, those will have to be given the same weight as the production of housing. And I leave that for a future discussion, but it should be in there because it's already in there. It's supposedly it's item basically 1J, which is sustainable housing. Well, you have to actually make it sustainable. You can't just make it words. It actually has to be really sustainable. So I'd like to add that to our discussion at some future time.
Thank you, Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi. And let's all try to follow his lead, which is if you have new things to say, let's add them, and but there's no need to repeat your comments you've already made. Commissioner Lambert.
I just have one thing that I forgot to mention, and I've heard this from a variety of members of the public, and that is unit mix. I really think that we have to reconsider our unit mix, particularly downtown and on the boulevards. Because what's happened over the past 5 years is we are building 3-bedroom apartments, but they're not occupied by families. Families are not going to pay $7,000, $8,000, or $9,000 a month in rent. They're being occupied by single people, which is fine, but that's not why we were promoting 3 bedrooms. So I think we really need to re-examine our unit mix requirements for downtown and on the boulevards. Keep them in place for the more residential areas where the housing is being built. But I think they really have not met our objectives in the more dense areas like downtown and the boulevards.
Thank you, Commissioner Lambert. Who wants to go next? I mean, if you guys have nothing else to say, I will. The one other thing I had a question about was that I can't remember what policy this or what program this was exactly, but it was the requirement about applications cannot be submitted until landmark clearance. So I saw let's just look at that again and make sure that that is being done.
No, you can look at that. That we have fought and fought and fought over that. It has been so hashed over. Please do not open that can of worms.
I'm not saying I don't want it to be done. I do want it to be done. I just want it to be done efficiently.
Trust me. We've been over it so much. We've fought this. I mean, really, please, I beg you, drop it.
It's related to, so the issue that you're talking about is related to demolition ordinance. And it's basically in order to ensure that applicants are not tripped up too late in the process, when a designation may occur. So it's really trying to provide certainty for both the applicant and the community with respect to demolition clearance. The 75-day waiting period, like finishing before the application is submitted. And there are exemptions to it, and therefore I believe 100% affordable housing was one because of the very particular financing timelines we had. But Commissioner Fresco is right. This is something that has been discussed pretty extensively, among Planning Commission, the Preservation Community Council, the whole purpose of why we do that. That's the background of how it is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand it better. So is it only for non-discretionary projects? Because the discretionary projects.
No, it's for all projects where you're demolishing a structure. There's a 75-day waiting period before the application can be submitted.
But why are you doing it for a discretionary project, which would have CEQA review, which would require you to look at the building?
Yeah, so we're doing it because we're trying to ensure that process. What we saw happen in a handful of situations is that although the projects went through, even as a discretionary project, it went through the CEQA process. and then a landmark application or something was filed literally after the Planning Commission had already approved it. And, it was catastrophic for the applicant. It was it really turned the process upside down. And this change procedurally, to accommodate this requirement for demolition review, it was front loaded in order to avoid that kind of a situation, because it's a process that works well as you're thinking, but when it goes wrong, it goes very, very wrong for everybody involved. So
sorry,
we're trying to front load it.
Yeah, no, this will be my last question on it. So are you saying that with the 75-day waiting period, that once you go through that, you're essentially vested to that determination until you? Okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense.
It's a period for someone to file the notification. Yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's not a CEQA determination. The 75 days is the holding period for somebody to file an application to designate it under our local law as either a landmark or a structure of merit. That's what the 75-day waiting period is. It's so that process, if somebody wanted to file an application to designate, it's to allow that process to.
Okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. See, I just need to understand it, Nina. Okay, anyone else? No, that's why I asked the question. Does anyone else have any last that they want to share? Okay, well, I think that is the end of 9A. I want to thank the staff again for all of their hard work, because even though we ask you lots of questions and we challenge you, we very much appreciate what you do, and we couldn't do it without you. I want to appreciate the commission for being efficient tonight and moving. Okay, 10, written communications, we have none. 11, public input. We've had 0 callers on this public input, so we can move through that, and that takes us to adjournment. Thank you, everyone. I think this was a really good meeting. I think it's very efficient. I think we got everything talked about. So we'll see you, I think, on September 1st.
Oh, not me. I won't be here.
Okay.
See you in September.
We'll miss you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.